Discussion on verses 1 to 53 of 53. The comprehensive meaning of the opening verses are hidden from human understanding. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verses 1 to 2.
Hamim. Ein Kauf.
This suggests that the Holy Quran is composed of the specific Arabic letters and expressions familiar to the Arabs, who were its first recipients. It becomes clear that they had no legitimate basis to question its divine source, as they fully comprehended its language and personally witnessed its unmatched eloquence. Despite being highly skilled authorities in Arabic and taking immense pride in their linguistic mastery, they were unable to produce even a single work equal to the Holy Quran, as decreed by Allah the Exalted, in depth of meaning, clarity of expression, or perfection of guidance. Their failure to rival it, despite possessing every possible linguistic advantage, stands as a lasting and undeniable proof of its divine origin. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 23.
And if you are in some doubt concerning what we sent down upon our special devotee, then bring one chapter like it, and call upon all your helpers beside Allah if you are truthful.
This connection illustrates why the Holy Quran is mentioned immediately in the subsequent verse. Its deliberate placement emphasizes that the scripture revealed to those individuals, constructed from the same familiar letters and language they employed, serves as the clearest evidence of its divine origin, as established by Allah the Exalted, and as the strongest response to their ongoing doubts. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 3.
Thus has He revealed to you, and to those before you.
Even if an individual were to reach the pinnacle of Arabic eloquence, their speech would remain incapable of matching the vast wisdom of the Holy Quran, in its insight into the human psyche and the cultivation of moral excellence. No human work can mirror its perfect balance of simplicity and depth. It contains layers that challenge the most accomplished scholars while remaining sufficiently clear for any sincere seeker to implement in daily life. The Holy Quran is unique in its capacity to convey profound and abstract realities in a form that is both practical and universally applicable. It reaches into the depths of human nature, presenting a timeless system that remains relevant to every individual, society, and age. Every verse testifies to its divine origin through unparalleled precision and an eloquence that rises above all human expression. Unlike other writings that may contain inconsistencies or contradictions, the Holy Quran is fully safeguarded from error by Allah the Exalted. It presents an accurate and flawless account of ancient nations, even though it was revealed through the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, who possessed no formal learning in history or earlier scriptures. Moreover, the Holy Quran functions as a complete guide for the betterment of humanity, encouraging all that nurtures life and forbidding all that causes harm. It establishes justice and balance within both the individual and the wider community, free from the exaggerations commonly found in myth or poetry. Every verse is deliberate and invigorating. With repeated recitation, new dimensions of meaning and wisdom continually emerge. By anchoring its promises and warnings in reason, and by translating virtues such as patience into achievable practice, the Holy Quran makes divine guidance accessible, comprehensible, and attainable for all. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 3.
Thus has He revealed to you and to those before you, Allah the Exalted in might, the wise.
The Holy Quran calls humanity to understand the fundamental purpose of existence, to serve Allah the Exalted with sincerity by employing every blessing bestowed upon them in the pursuit of His pleasure. Through such devoted obedience, individuals attain inner peace and true success in both this world and the hereafter, reaching a state of balance in which the mind, body, and soul function in their proper harmony. For those seeking lasting peace and fulfillment, the Holy Quran illuminates the straight path with unmatched clarity and elegance. Its guidance is perfectly aligned with human nature, remaining timeless and applicable across all societies and generations. When sincerely accepted and practically implemented, it offers complete solutions for every dimension of human life, addressing emotional, financial, and physical challenges while harmonizing personal needs with the welfare of society. History itself bears witness to the profound transformative power of these teachings, as communities that sincerely upheld its message rose to remarkable levels of justice, wisdom, and collective tranquility. Most striking of all is the divine preservation of the text. Across the passage of centuries, not a single letter of the Holy Quran has been changed, for Allah, the Exalted, has promised to protect it forever. Chapter 15 Al-Hijr, verse 9.
Indeed, it is we who sent down the message, i.e. the Quran, and indeed we will be its guardian.
No other work in human history shares this unparalleled distinction. Allah, the Exalted, addresses the deepest and most recurring challenges encountered by every civilization, offering solutions that are both decisive and enduring. By treating these root issues, the Holy Quran either prevents or resolves the countless secondary problems that naturally stem from them. This clearly reflects the perfection and totality of its guidance, as it contains every foundational principle required for the well-being, stability, and moral growth of both the individual and society at large. Through sincere adherence to its teachings, humanity attains true success in this world and secures everlasting salvation in the hereafter. Chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 89.
And we have sent down to you the book as clarification for all things.
This illustrates the definitive and perpetual miracle bestowed by Allah, the Exalted, upon His final messenger, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. It emphasizes that the profound wisdom and vast benefits of the Holy Quran are accessible only to those who approach it with an honest heart, a humble spirit, and a sincere quest for divine truth. In contrast, individuals who allow personal desires or worldly interests to dictate their engagement, accepting only what aligns with their biases while disregarding or opposing what challenges them, find themselves increasingly distanced from its transformative and elevating influence. Such a selective approach to submission leads only to confusion, failure, and profound regret, both in this life and in the hereafter. Chapter 17 Al-Isra, verse 82.
And we send down of the Quran that which is healing and mercy for the believers, but it does not increase the wrongdoers except in loss.
Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verses 1-2.
Ha-Mim. Ein Sin Kaf.
This chapter begins with isolated letters, a feature shared by various parts of the Holy Quran, the ultimate significance of which remains exclusively with Allah the Exalted. These openings serve as a profound testament to the finite nature of human perception, underscoring the vital need for a humble approach toward divine discourse. By presenting these mysterious letters, the text confirms that the Holy Quran is a direct manifestation of divine revelation rather than a product of human effort, existing far beyond the total reach of mortal cognition. A heart becomes truly capable of absorbing the scripture's profound insights only when the individual acknowledges the boundaries of personal intellect. In contrast, those who approach the Holy Quran with a sense of intellectual superiority, relying solely on personal logic and dismissing what they cannot immediately grasp, frequently fall into a cycle of skepticism and uncertainty. When such individuals face concepts that transcend human rationalization, they often resort to outright rejection, convoluted reinterpretations, or the warping of meanings. Such reactions are not indicative of any flaw within the Holy Quran, but rather reflect a spiritual blindness born of ego, which prevents the heart from witnessing the truth. The interaction between a human being and the Holy Quran is much like the bond between a dedicated pupil and an enlightened instructor. A modest learner gains value even from complex or obscure lessons, maintaining faith that persistence will eventually bring clarity. Conversely, a prideful student filters knowledge through existing biases, effectively severing their connection to authentic enlightenment. True mastery of the Holy Quran is reserved for those who offer it their reverence and an open spirit. This state of humility fosters internal serenity and synchronizes the mind and body with the wisdom of Allah, the Exalted. It allows people to understand the proper role of every life element within the divine order. Ultimately, submission before the Holy Quran is a necessary journey towards spiritual equilibrium, lasting peace, and triumph in both the current life and the afterlife. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verses 1-2.
Ha-Mim. Ein Sin Kaf.
Since letters form the core elements of communication and the exchange of ideas, the opening of this chapter can be seen as a stress on the essential nature of learning in human life. It serves as an alert that a healthy mind is necessary for both managing worldly duties and comprehending sacred truths. Every person is charged with the responsibility to seek out and apply useful knowledge, a requirement clearly underscored in the instructions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, concerning individual duties. Lack of knowledge leads directly to error and wandering, as those who remain uninformed are unable to distinguish between truth and falsehood, nor can they shield themselves from moral decay. Yet, simply collecting information is not enough. True understanding only fulfills its purpose when it is expressed through deeds. Theory that is never put into practice is comparable to a map that is never used. Though it points toward the destination of success, it cannot move a person toward that goal unless the trip is physically made. Just as a voyager must walk the path shown on a map, an individual must weave their learning into the fabric of their daily existence to reach genuine direction and soul-deep progress. Therefore, useful knowledge must be both acquired and lived. Its purpose is to refine a person's nature, purify their intentions, and direct their behavior. When understanding is turned into action, it becomes a beacon that aids both the individual and the community. By committing to the pursuit and the active practice of such brilliance, one ensures true well-being in this world and everlasting serenity in the life to come, by the will of Allah the Exalted. Chapter 62 Al-Jumu'ah, verse 5.
And then did not take it on, did not act upon knowledge, is like that of a donkey who carries volumes of books.
The following verse presents the most sublime and all-encompassing direction ever granted to humanity, proving that every other field of study reaches its pinnacle and perfection only through the sacred insights of the Holy Quran. This heavenly wisdom offers a unified structure for all areas of life, flawlessly blending worldly responsibilities with everlasting spiritual goals. By committing to these laws, a person finds stability and balance in both mind and body, ensuring that every relationship, duty, and ambition is prioritized according to its true value. Through such a balanced and purposeful life, individuals experience authentic success in this era and are assured of final victory in the next. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 3.
Thus has he revealed to you and to those before you, Allah the Exalted in might, the wise.
To gain true value from the Holy Quran, one's approach must follow the example and methods of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This goes beyond the technical accuracy of regular chanting. It requires a deep inner struggle to understand the message and apply that wisdom to every part of daily life. Because the Holy Quran is a practical handbook for living rather than a mere recitation, its power to change lives is only activated through deeds. Just as a map is useless if the traveler refuses to walk the route, the Holy Quran guides only those who follow its commands. It is not a charm for worldly profit. Using specific verses just to seek money, children, or social rank contradicts its purpose, as material gifts have their own divinely set paths. Instead, the Holy Quran teaches people how to use every gift from Allah, the Exalted, with virtue and moderation. Those who follow this path with an honest heart create a deep unity between their thoughts and actions, leading their lives with sagacity. They prepare themselves for their eventual meeting with their Creator, finding peace and balance in both this life and the hereafter. No matter how advanced a society becomes or how much it learns about psychology, biology, or sociology, crafting a moral system that perfectly matches human nature and covers every possible situation is an impossible task for people. Humanity is still discovering basic truths about its own physical makeup, such as the inner workings of the brain, and therefore does not possess the complete insight needed to build a perfect ethical code that ensures global justice and internal calm. This narrowness is a natural part of being human, as mortal knowledge is always partial, changing, and limited by perspective. Only Allah, the Exalted, holds the absolute and boundless knowledge needed to create a way of life that is perfectly in tune with human nature and remains valid across all times and places. As the originator of all things, His wisdom spans the entirety of the past, present, and future. Therefore, He alone is capable of setting the benchmark that clearly separates what is helpful from what is damaging and marks the difference between the path of serenity and the road to chaos. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 3.
Allah, the Exalted in might, the wise.
Past events serve as a clear testimony to this reality. Whenever a community or an individual has honestly put the divine way of life into practice, the result has unfailingly been a society defined by tranquility, equity, and profound social unity. This proves that sacred direction is far more than a mere hypothesis or a distant philosophy. It is a functional and life-changing system that is perfectly calibrated for human prosperity and shared success. Consequently, humanity should welcome the path provided to them as a manifestation of the compassion of Allah, the Exalted, rather than viewing it as a weight or a limitation. While these instructions may occasionally clash with individual cravings or popular social trends, they are intended exclusively for the advantage of those who adhere to them. The struggle does not originate from the guidance itself, but rather from the friction created by unrestrained impulses. The proper mindset towards sacred law is comparable to that of a rational patient who places their confidence in a brilliant doctor. Even when the required medicine is bitter or necessitates a demanding routine, the patient complies because they realize that their healing and future vitality rely upon it. They understand that the cure is an act of kindness, not an act of harm. Similarly, those who stay dedicated to the principles of Islam, despite various hurdles or personal costs, eventually reach mental clarity, emotional stability, and a deep sense of internal quiet. Such an existence demonstrates the actual goal of divine wisdom, not to oppress the human race, but to mend it, ground it, and guide it toward enduring victory in both the current life and the afterlife. Allah, the Exalted, also reminds humanity that the prophethood of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is not an isolated or unprecedented occurrence. Rather, he stands as the final link in a long and unbroken chain of holy prophets, peace be upon them, who have been sent to guide mankind from the earliest chapters of human history. Revelation has always been the means through which Allah, the Exalted, has instructed, corrected, and elevated humanity. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 3.
Thus has he revealed to you, and to those before you.
And chapter 46 Al-Ahqaf, verse 9.
Say, I am not something new among the messengers.
This reminder also serves as a subtle yet powerful criticism of the non-Muslims of Mecca, who reacted to his prophethood as though the very concept were foreign or unfamiliar. Their behavior suggested astonishment, as if a holy prophet, peace be upon him, had never before been sent to humanity. Yet they were fully aware of the prophethood of their own ancestor, the holy prophet Ibrahim, peace be upon him, whose legacy they proudly claimed. Moreover, through their interactions with the people of the book, communities to whom countless holy prophets, peace be upon them, had been sent, they were well acquainted with the long-standing pattern of prophethood guiding nations throughout history. Their feigned surprise therefore revealed not ignorance, but a deliberate refusal to acknowledge a truth they already recognized. By reminding them of the continuity of prophethood, Allah, the Exalted, exposed the inconsistency of their objections, and reaffirmed that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was simply fulfilling the same sacred role that earlier holy prophets, peace be upon them, had fulfilled before him. Allah, the Exalted, then reminds all people that acceptance or rejection of prophethood and divine guidance does not alter the reality of his absolute authority. Whether a person acknowledges revelation or denies it, they remain fully subject to his decrees, and will inevitably face accountability in both this world and the next. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 4.
To him belongs whatever is in the heavens, and whatever is in the earth.
Since the entire universe belongs to Allah, the Exalted, and operates under his complete control, a person ultimately has no choice but to live within the boundaries he has set. Just as an individual faces consequences for violating the laws of the government that governs their country, they will face consequences in both worlds if they violate the laws of the one who governs the entire cosmos. A person may flee from one nation to another if they dislike its rules, but there is no place in existence where the authority of Allah, the Exalted, does not apply. Likewise, while human beings may alter the laws of their societies, they can never alter the laws established by their Creator. The analogy extends further. Just as the owner of a house has the right to determine the rules within that house, even if guests object, Allah, the Exalted, as the owner of the universe, has the exclusive right to determine the rules by which his creation must live. Whether people approve of these rules or not does not change their binding nature. Compliance is therefore not merely a religious duty. It is an act of wisdom and self-preservation. The one who recognizes this reality will strive to obey Allah, the Exalted, by using the blessings they have been granted in ways that align with the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Such a person seeks to understand the wisdom behind divine commands and prohibitions, recognizing how they benefit the individual, uplift society, and lead to peace of mind and body in both worlds. Alternatively, a person may choose to follow their desires, dismiss divine guidance, and treat their impulses as their ultimate authority. But such a choice carries consequences. The one who refuses to comply with the laws of Allah, the Exalted, should prepare themselves to face the results of their decision in this world and the next. No objection, protest, or complaint will protect them from the consequences of ignoring the rules set by the Creator of all things. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 4.
And He is the Most High, the Most Great.
This verse also reminds people that their acceptance or rejection of prophethood and divine guidance has no effect on the majesty of Allah, the Exalted. His perfection and independence remain absolute, untouched by the choices of His creation. Recognizing this truth protects a person from falling into subtle arrogance, the false belief that they are doing Allah, the Exalted, a favor by obeying Him. Such an attitude corrupts sincerity and weakens obedience, especially when personal desires conflict with divine commands, ultimately diverting a person from the straight path. By contrast, those who understand that faith and obedience benefit only themselves cultivate humility before Allah, the Exalted. They remain steadfast in their devotion during hardship and ease alike. In difficult moments, they display patience. In times of comfort, they express gratitude. Gratitude begins with intention, as one acts solely for the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted. It is expressed through speech, whether by offering good words or by refraining from complaint. It is demonstrated through action by using one's blessings in accordance with the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Patience requires avoiding complaints in both words and behavior, while continuing to obey Allah, the Exalted, with trust in His wisdom. A person may dislike a situation that ultimately benefits them, or desire something that would harm them. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
A person who consistently embodies this balanced conduct, humility, gratitude, and patience, receives continuous support and mercy from Allah, the Exalted. This divine assistance brings tranquility in both worlds, granting a balanced mental and physical state, and enabling a person to place every blessing, responsibility, and relationship in its proper place. This reality is beautifully illustrated in a narration found in Sahih Muslim, number 7500. Allah, the Exalted, places humanity in proper perspective by reminding them of the vast multitude of obedient and humble angels who worship Him with such constancy and reverence that the very heavens tremble under the weight of their devotion. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 5.
The heavens almost break from above them, while the angels exalt with praise of their Lord.
Reflecting on this should prevent a person from becoming self-satisfied with their own limited and imperfect acts of worship. The angels have been glorifying Allah, the Exalted, flawlessly long before human beings were created, and they will continue to do so long after humanity has departed from this world. Recognizing this should inspire a person to make wise use of the brief time they have on earth by joining the angels in obedience, using the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted them in the manner prescribed by Islamic teachings. Through this, they cultivate a balanced mental and physical state, place every blessing and relationship in its rightful position, and prepare adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Such conduct leads to peace of mind in both worlds. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 5.
While the angels exalt with praise of their Lord.
Since nothing in the universe occurs outside the will of Allah, the Exalted, including the difficulties a person faces, they must glorify Him by refusing to attribute anything negative to Him. Instead, they should accept that whatever He decrees is ultimately for their benefit, even when the wisdom behind it is not immediately apparent. One of the most important expressions of glorifying Allah, the Exalted, is adopting a positive mindset. A positive outlook enables a person to navigate trials while remaining obedient to Allah, the Exalted, by using their blessings in ways that please Him, as taught in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Whenever a person encounters hardship, they should recognize that the situation could have been far worse. If the difficulty concerns worldly matters, they should be grateful that their faith remains intact. Rather than dwelling on the immediate pain of the trial, they should focus on the immense reward promised to those who remain patient for the sake of Allah, the Exalted. When a blessing is lost, they should reflect on the many blessings that still remain. In every test, they should remember the Quranic reminder that hidden wisdoms lie within difficulties, even if they cannot yet perceive them. What they face now may, in truth, be far better for them than what they once desired. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
By contemplating these realities, a person cultivates a positive mindset, an essential component of properly glorifying Allah, the Exalted, by avoiding the attribution of negative outcomes to Him. One must remember that the cup is not half empty, it is in truth half full. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 5.
While the angels exalt with praise of their Lord.
Showing gratitude to Allah, the Exalted, for His countless and continuous blessings is the only upright and just response. As discussed earlier, gratitude begins with intention, as one acts solely to please Allah, the Exalted. It continues through speech, expressed in good words or in silence that avoids complaint. It is completed through action, by using every blessing in a manner that aligns with the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This comprehensive gratitude brings additional blessings, tranquility and success in both worlds. It enables a person to achieve a balanced mental and physical state, and to place everything and everyone in their proper place within their life. Chapter 14 Ibrahim, verse 7.
If you are grateful, I will surely increase you in favor.
Allah, the Exalted, also draws attention to the sincerity of the angels, in order to inspire people to cultivate the same noble quality. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 5.
And ask forgiveness for those on earth.
The angels, despite their own perfection and constant obedience, humbly seek forgiveness on behalf of humanity. This profound act of compassion serves as a model for human beings, reminding them that sincerity toward others is an essential component of faith. Sincerity is so central to Islam that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, described it as a foundational principle, as recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 196. Its importance is further emphasized in another narration in Sahih Bukhari, number 57, where sincerity toward others is mentioned alongside two of the greatest obligatory acts, the prescribed prayers and the obligatory charity. This pairing demonstrates that sincerity is not a secondary virtue, but a core religious duty. A person demonstrates sincerity by assisting others according to their ability, whether through financial support, physical help, or emotional comfort. They must also refrain from causing harm, either through their words or their actions, to people or their property. This standard of conduct is described as the very definition of a Muslim and a believer in a hadith found in Sunan and Nasai, number 4998. Ultimately, sincerity is cultivated by treating others in the manner one wishes to be treated. When a person consistently upholds this principle, they reflect the noble character encouraged by Islamic teachings, and align themselves with the examples set by the angels, who tirelessly seek good for all those on earth. Not only do the angels humbly seek forgiveness on behalf of humanity, but Allah, the Exalted, in His infinite mercy, accepts both their intercession and the repentance of any person who turns to Him sincerely, regardless of the sins they have committed. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 5.
Unquestionably, it is Allah who is the forgiving, the merciful.
True repentance is not a mere verbal expression. It is a comprehensive inward and outward transformation. It begins with genuine remorse, an honest recognition of one's wrongdoing, and a heartfelt sense of guilt for having disobeyed Allah, the Exalted. This is followed by seeking His forgiveness, as well as the forgiveness of anyone who has been wronged, provided that doing so does not create further harm or conflict. Sincere repentance also requires a firm and truthful resolve to avoid repeating the same sin or anything similar to it. A person must strive to restore any rights they have violated, whether those rights belong to Allah, the Exalted, or to other people. Repentance is completed by continuing to obey Allah, the Exalted, with sincerity and consistency, using the blessings He has granted in the manner prescribed by Islamic teachings. Through this process, a person not only cleanses their past but also strengthens their future, aligning their life with the path that leads to divine mercy, inner tranquility, and success in both worlds. Throughout history, many non-Muslims who acknowledged the existence of Allah, the Exalted, nevertheless attributed human limitations to Him, such as fatigue or weakness. As a result, they imagined Allah, the Exalted, to be similar to a worldly monarch who cannot manage the affairs of his kingdom without the assistance of governors and advisors. From this flawed perception arose the belief that Allah, the Exalted, required intermediaries to help administer His creation. Consequently, many people began worshipping other beings, such as angels, in the hope of gaining favor with Allah, the Exalted, just as one might seek the favor of a governor to gain access to a king. This misconception has also influenced some Muslims. They devote time, wealth, and emotional energy to seeking out individuals perceived as spiritually elevated, believing that such figures possess a special closeness to Allah, the Exalted. They treat these individuals as if they were gatekeepers, imagining that pleasing them, through gifts, exaggerated displays of reverence, or unquestioning loyalty, will secure their intercession with Allah, the Exalted. This mirrors the worldly practice of currying favor with a governor to gain access to a monarch. Such beliefs fundamentally contradict Islamic teachings. The Holy Prophets, peace be upon them, never acted as gatekeepers between humanity and Allah, the Exalted. Their mission was to illuminate the path to His pleasure, to teach the means of attaining His mercy, and to guide people toward righteous conduct. They never demanded gifts, payment, or personal devotion. Their role was to convey revelation, not to stand between the Creator and His creation. Therefore, while a Muslim should seek Islamic knowledge from qualified teachers and show them appropriate respect, they must never believe that spiritual individuals must be worshipped, venerated, or treated as intermediaries in order to reach Allah, the Exalted. He alone possesses absolute authority over the universe, and He alone is fully aware of everything that occurs within it. He does not require assistants, advisors, or gatekeepers. This truth is repeatedly emphasized in the Holy Quran. For example, chapter 40 Ghafir, verse 60.
And your Lord says, "Call upon me, I will respond to you."
And chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 6.
And those who take as allies other than Him, Allah is yet guardian over them.
Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 255.
Who is it that can intercede with Him except by His permission?
Although intercession will indeed occur on the Day of Judgment, with the permission of Allah, the Exalted, it must never be treated lightly or mockingly. To belittle the concept of intercession is to risk being deprived of it. Such mockery often arises from complacency. A person neglects to use their blessings in accordance with Islamic teachings, yet still assumes they will be saved through intercession. This attitude is spiritually dangerous. A person who treats intercession with such disregard may find the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, testifying against them on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 30.
And the Messenger has said, "O my Lord, indeed my people have taken this Quran as a thing abandoned."
This verse refers specifically to Muslims, for they are the only community that has accepted the Holy Quran. Non-Muslims cannot be described as abandoning a scripture they never embraced. The fate of a Muslim against whom the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, testifies on the Day of Judgment is self-evident. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 6.
And you are not over them a manager.
Even when intercession is granted, it may not prevent a person from entering hell. It may only reduce the severity of their punishment. and even the slightest experience of hell is unimaginably unbearable. Therefore, genuine hope in intercession must be accompanied by sincere effort, namely, using one's blessings in accordance with the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Only then may a person hope for intercession, always remembering that Allah, the Exalted, alone grants permission for it. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, would often experience deep sorrow when people rejected or neglected the guidance of Islam. His compassion for humanity was so profound that their refusal to accept the truth weighed heavily upon him. Yet Allah, the Exalted, repeatedly reminded him that his mission was not to compel belief, nor to grieve over the choices people made. His duty was to convey the message with clarity, to embody its teachings perfectly, and to entrust the final outcome to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 6.
And you are not over them a manager.
And chapter 88 Al-Ghashiyah, verses 21 to 22.
So remind you are only a reminder. You are not over them a controller.
These verses establish a timeless principle for all who call others to righteousness. They teach that the role of the caller is not to impose belief or force transformation, but to communicate the truth with sincerity, wisdom, and compassion. Guidance belongs solely to Allah, the Exalted. He opens hearts as He wills. When this reality is understood, the caller is freed from frustration, disappointment, or grief when their efforts appear to yield no visible results. Success is not measured by numbers, applause, or worldly recognition, but by integrity, patience, and faithfulness in delivering the message. Those who sincerely seek guidance will recognize the truth when it reaches them, while those who remain arrogant or heedless only harm themselves. The sincere seeker also understands that Allah, the Exalted, never burdens a soul beyond its capacity. Every trial is an opportunity to cultivate patience, discipline, and spiritual maturity. True peace, both in this world and the next, requires sacrifice, restraint, and mastery over one's lower desires. Contentment is not found in wealth, status, or fame, for many who possess these outward advantages remain inwardly restless and dissatisfied. Real tranquility lies in submission to Allah, the Exalted, and in aligning one's life with His guidance. For those who call others to truth, the focus must remain on fulfilling their responsibility, to live the teachings of Islam, to convey them with compassion, and to leave the results entirely to Allah, the Exalted. Success lies in obedience, sincerity, and steadfastness, not in compelling others or seeking worldly acclaim. When this perspective is embraced, anxiety transforms into trust, impatience into perseverance, and hope into reliance upon the mercy and justice of Allah, the Exalted. The caller becomes a living embodiment of faith, demonstrating through their conduct that guidance is a divine gift, and that human responsibility is simply to deliver the message faithfully while leaving accountability to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 7.
And thus we have revealed to you an Arabic Quran that you may warn the mother of cities, Mecca, and those around it.
The non-Muslims of Mecca were renowned for their unparalleled command of the Arabic language. Their mastery of eloquence, poetry, and rhetoric was unmatched, and because of this expertise, they immediately recognized that the Holy Quran could not have been produced by any created being. Its depth, precision, and linguistic perfection far exceeded the limits of human expression. They knew that no poet, scholar, or orator, no matter how gifted, could produce anything comparable to its style, structure, or profound meaning. In addition to this, the people of Mecca had lived alongside the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, for 40 years before he announced his prophethood. Throughout this long period, they had known him intimately as a man of absolute integrity, truthful, trustworthy, and completely free from deceit. His character was so consistent and so widely acknowledged that even his fiercest opponents referred to him as the trustworthy. This lifelong familiarity left no rational basis for accusing him of inventing the Holy Quran. Chapter 10 Yunus, verse 16.
For I had remained among you a lifetime before it. Then will you not reason?
Moreover, it was well known among both the people of the book and the people of Mecca that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, had no access to earlier divine scriptures. He did not study them, nor did he learn to read or write. He had no means of consulting their original teachings, or their later distortions. This fact alone dismantles any claim that the Holy Quran was borrowed from previous texts. Chapter 29 Al-Ankabut, verse 48.
And you did not recite before it any scripture, nor did you inscribe one with your right hand. Then, i.e., otherwise the falsifiers would have had cause for doubt.
Despite this overwhelming clarity, the leaders among the disbelieving people of Mecca chose arrogance and stubbornness over truth. They recognized the authenticity of the message, yet refused to submit to its guidance. Their rejection was not rooted in doubt, but in pride, fear of losing status, and an unwillingness to abandon their inherited customs. Their behavior resembled that of individuals who are physically present, yet spiritually deaf, hearing the words but refusing to comprehend them, seeing the signs but refusing to acknowledge them. Their hearts were closed not because the truth was unclear, but because they were unwilling to let it transform their lives. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 7.
And thus we have revealed to you an Arabic Quran that you may warn the mother of cities, Mecca, and those around it, and warn of the day of assembly.
It is essential to recognize that the promises and warnings found in Islamic teachings only benefit a person when they respond to them through practical action. Merely hearing or acknowledging them is not enough. The individual who acts upon these teachings, by using the blessings Allah the Exalted has granted in the manner prescribed by Islam, will attain peace of mind in both worlds. Such a person develops a balanced mental and physical state, and learns to place every blessing, responsibility, and relationship in its proper place within their life. In contrast, the one who fails to respond practically to the guidance of Islam will continue to misuse the blessings they have been given. This misuse inevitably leads to imbalance. Their mental and physical state becomes unsettled, their priorities become disordered, and they neglect the necessary preparation for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Even if they outwardly enjoy certain worldly comforts, inwardly they will face stress, hardship, and turmoil in both this life and the next. True benefit, therefore, lies not in merely knowing the teachings of Islam, but in living by them with sincerity, discipline, and purpose. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 7.
And warn of the day of assembly, about which there is no doubt.
Denying the possibility of human resurrection on the Day of Judgment is a remarkable claim, especially when the created world is filled with countless signs of life emerging from what appears to be death. Allah the Exalted has embedded patterns of resurrection throughout creation, displaying them repeatedly across days, seasons, and generations. These signs are so abundant and so consistent that only those who refuse to reflect remain unconvinced. Rain falls upon barren land, reviving soil that seemed utterly lifeless. Dormant seeds, dry, hard, and apparently dead, absorb water, swell, and burst open, producing vegetation that sustains the creation. If Allah, the Exalted, can revive a seed buried in the earth, then resurrecting the human being, who is likewise placed into the ground, is no more difficult for the one who created both. The cycle of the seasons provides another powerful testimony. In winter, trees stand bare and lifeless, their branches stripped of color and vitality. Yet with the arrival of spring, they awaken. Leaves unfurl, flowers bloom, and entire landscapes that once appeared dead become vibrant with life. This transformation repeats year after year, silently proclaiming the reality of resurrection. Even within the human body, resurrection is a continuous process. Skin cells, blood cells, and countless other tissues die and are replaced every moment. The body is in a perpetual state of renewal, though people rarely pause to consider the profound implications of this ongoing transformation. A caterpillar enters a cocoon in a state resembling death, only to emerge as a butterfly, completely transformed, as if granted a new life. Certain desert plants remain dry and lifeless for years, yet the moment rain touches them, they bloom with extraordinary speed and beauty. Forests devastated by fire eventually regenerate, as new shoots emerge from charred soil and entire ecosystems return to life. Animals that hibernate enter deep states of inactivity where bodily functions slow dramatically, mimicking death, yet they awaken with renewed strength when the season changes. Even the oceans display this pattern, as coral reefs that appear dead after bleaching events can regenerate when conditions improve. The heavens themselves reflect this cycle, Stars collapse and scatter their elements across space, and from this material new stars and planets are formed, creation emerging from destruction. The daily rhythm of sleep and wakefulness also reflects this truth. Sleep resembles a minor death, for the sleeper's senses are suspended and their awareness withdrawn. Allah, the Exalted, then restores life by returning the soul to the body for those destined to continue living. Chapter 39 Az-Zumar, verse 42.
Allah takes the souls at the time of their death, and those that do not die He takes during their sleep. Then He keeps those for which He has decreed death, and releases the others for a specified term. Indeed, in that are signs for a people who give thought.
Furthermore, the Day of Judgment is not only possible, it is necessary. The universe is built upon balance. The Earth orbits the Sun at a precise distance that allows life to exist. A slight deviation would render the planet uninhabitable. The water cycle operates with flawless regularity, ensuring that rain continues to sustain life. The ground is firm enough to support massive structures, yet soft enough for delicate shoots to emerge from beneath it. These examples reveal not only a creator, but a creator who establishes harmony. Yet human actions remain visibly unbalanced. Oppressors often escape justice in this world, while the oppressed endure hardship without receiving their due compensation. Many who sincerely obey Allah, the Exalted, face trials and receive only a portion of their reward in this life, whereas those who openly disobey Him may enjoy worldly ease. Since balance is a defining feature of creation, justice must ultimately be restored. Because perfect recompense does not occur in this world, it must occur in another realm, on the Day of Judgment. Allah, the Exalted, could administer full reward and punishment in this world, but His wisdom dictates otherwise. He grants people repeated opportunities to repent and reform, rather than seizing them immediately for their wrongdoing. Likewise, He does not grant believers their full reward here, for this world is not paradise. Faith itself is built upon belief in the unseen. If all reward and punishment were immediate and visible, faith would lose its meaning. The unseen reward of the hereafter is what gives faith its depth and sincerity. Fear of ultimate accountability and hope for eternal reward motivate a person to avoid sin and pursue righteous deeds. For the day of recompense to occur, the material world must come to an end. Reward and punishment can only be administered once all actions have ceased. Therefore, the conclusion of human deeds necessitates the eventual end of the physical universe. Chapter 45 Al-Jatiyah, verse 22.
For Allah created the heavens and the earth for a purpose, so that every soul may be paid back for what it has committed, and none will be wronged.
Reflecting on these realities strengthens one's conviction in the Day of Judgment. This renewed certainty encourages a person to prepare for it by using their blessings correctly, in accordance with the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Through this preparation, they attain peace of mind and success in both worlds, achieving a balanced mental and physical state, and placing everything and everyone in their proper place within their life. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 7.
A party will be in paradise.
However, because preparing for one's accountability requires sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and the disciplined use of the blessings He has granted, this path often conflicts with the worldly desires and ambitions that dominate the hearts of many. As a result, a large number of people persist in disobeying Allah, the Exalted, choosing immediate gratification over long-term benefit. This attitude prevents them from attaining a balanced mental and physical state, and it causes them to misplace everything and everyone within their lives. Their blessings, family, friends, career, wealth, and opportunities become sources of stress rather than tranquility. When a person continues to disobey Allah, the Exalted, they inevitably begin to blame the wrong causes for their inner turmoil. Instead of recognizing that their distress stems from misusing their blessings, they direct their frustration toward innocent people around them, such as their spouse or close relatives. When they sever ties with these good individuals, imagining that doing so will bring relief, their condition only worsens. Their mental state deteriorates further, and they may descend into depression, substance abuse, or even suicidal tendencies. This tragic pattern is evident in the lives of many who persist in misusing the blessings they have been granted, particularly among those who are rich, powerful, or famous. Despite their outward luxuries, their inner world is often filled with anxiety, instability, and despair. Such individuals not only suffer in this world, but also fail to prepare for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Their heedlessness in this life leads to a far more severe outcome in the next. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 7.
And a party in the blaze.
Allah the Exalted does not compel anyone toward guidance or misguidance, for such compulsion would undermine the very purpose of the earthly test. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 8.
And if Allah willed, He could have made them of one nation.
If Allah the Exalted had willed, He could have created all people with identical beliefs, identical inclinations, and identical responses to truth. Instead, He granted them intellect, free will, and the ability to choose their own path. He clarified the attitudes that lead to success and those that lead to ruin, and then left each person responsible for the direction they pursue. Accountability is therefore rooted in choice, not compulsion. When a person chooses the path of obedience, by using the blessings Allah the Exalted has granted in the manner prescribed by Islamic teachings, they attain peace of mind in both worlds. Their inner and outer states become balanced, and they learn to place every blessing, responsibility, and relationship in its proper place. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 8.
But He admits whom He wills into His mercy.
However, if a person chooses to pursue worldly desires and ambitions at the expense of obedience, they cannot blame Allah the Exalted or anyone else for the consequences of their decision. Misguidance is not imposed upon them. It is the natural result of misusing the blessings they were entrusted with. Such a person inevitably falls into an unbalanced mental and physical state. Their priorities become disordered, and they misplace everything and everyone within their life. Blessings that were meant to bring stability, family, wealth, opportunities, relationships, become sources of anxiety and turmoil. Because their attitude prevents them from preparing for their accountability on the Day of Judgment, their suffering in the hereafter will be far more severe. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 8.
And the wrongdoers have not any protector or helper.
Allah the Exalted further cautions against adopting false beliefs that give rise to dangerous forms of wishful thinking. This occurs when a person persists in disobeying Him, misusing the blessings they have been granted, yet convinces themselves that they will still attain peace of mind and salvation in both worlds through the intercession of someone else. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 9.
Or have they taken protectors or allies besides Him?
This verse dismantles the illusion that anyone besides Allah, the Exalted, possesses the power to protect, save, or intercede independently. It warns against the mindset that leads a person to neglect their responsibilities, while imagining that another being, no matter how righteous, will rescue them from the consequences of their own choices. To safeguard oneself from this and other forms of wishful thinking, a person must study the divine names and attributes of Allah, the Exalted, as presented in the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 9.
But Allah, He is the protector and He gives life to the dead and He is over all things competent.
Understanding these attributes nurtures a correct belief in Allah, the Exalted, and inspires sincere obedience. When a person recognizes that Allah alone is the protector, the sustainer, the all-powerful, and the one who resurrects the dead, they naturally strive to use their blessings in accordance with Islamic teachings. This knowledge anchors the heart, strengthens faith, and prevents reliance on false hopes. Conversely, ignorance of the divine names and attributes leads to distorted beliefs that open the door to disobedience. A person who truly understands that Allah, the Exalted, is all-forgiving will strive to obey Him, hoping that their sincere repentance will be accepted. But one who misunderstands the nature of divine forgiveness may continue in sin, imagining that they will be pardoned regardless of their actions. Such a person treats forgiveness as a guarantee, rather than a mercy granted to those who strive to obey. Correct knowledge therefore protects the believer from complacency, while ignorance fuels the very wishful thinking that leads to spiritual ruin. Verse 9 affirms with absolute clarity that true protection, whether in this world or the next, can only come from Allah, the Exalted. No created being possesses the power to shield a person from harm, grant inner tranquility, or secure their ultimate success. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 9.
But Allah, He is the protector.
This statement dismantles every false reliance, and reminds humanity that peace of mind, stability, and salvation are found only through sincere obedience to Him, and the correct use of the blessings He has bestowed. The verse continues by highlighting another foundational truth. Allah the Exalted alone controls life and death, and His power encompasses all things. This absolute authority demonstrates His ability to resurrect the dead and hold them accountable for their deeds. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 9.
And He gives life to the dead, and He is over all things competent.
The one who brings life from non-existence, who sustains every living being, and who decrees the moment of death, is certainly capable of restoring life once more for the day of judgment. His complete power leaves no room for doubt regarding resurrection or accountability. Together, these statements form a comprehensive reminder. Protection belongs only to Allah the Exalted, and resurrection is inevitable, because the one who created life in the first place is fully capable of restoring it. This understanding strengthens faith, corrects belief, and motivates sincere preparation for the hereafter, by correctly using the blessings one has been granted as outlined in Islamic teachings. Islam is a complete and comprehensive code of conduct, and therefore the power and authority of Allah the Exalted extends far beyond the narrow confines of ritual worship. His influence encompasses every circumstance a person encounters, whether worldly or religious, and every blessing they interact with. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 9.
And in anything over which you disagree, its ruling is to Allah.
For this reason, a person must avoid the ignorant assumption that Allah, the Exalted, only cares about ritual obligations such as the prescribed prayers. In reality, He will question people about every situation they faced, how they earned and spent their wealth, how they treated their families, how they conducted themselves in business, how they responded to blessings and trials, and how they used every opportunity He placed before them. To succeed in this accountability, one must learn and act upon Islamic teachings so that their conduct is correct in every circumstance. This comprehensive obedience produces harmony within a person's mental and physical state. It enables them to place every blessing, responsibility, and relationship in its proper place, and it prepares them adequately for their ultimate accountability on the Day of Judgment. Such a life naturally leads to tranquility in both worlds. A person must therefore avoid treating Islam like a garment that can be worn or removed according to personal desire. Whoever behaves in this manner is not truly submitting to Allah the Exalted, but is instead worshipping their own desires, even if they outwardly claim otherwise. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 43.
Have you seen the one who takes as his God his own desire?
The one who refuses to apply Islamic teachings consistently will inevitably misuse the blessings they have been granted. Their priorities will become disordered, their relationships strained, and their inner state unsettled. They will fail to prepare for their accountability on the Day of Judgment, and their life will be marked by stress, confusion, and hardship in both realms, even if they outwardly enjoy certain worldly luxuries. A person must therefore embrace and implement the teachings of Islam for their own well-being, even when those teachings challenge their personal inclinations. Their attitude should resemble that of a sensible patient who follows the guidance of a skilled physician. Although the prescribed treatment may involve bitter medicine and strict dietary restrictions, the patient complies because they recognize that the doctor's expertise serves their long-term health. In the same way, the one who accepts and acts upon Islamic teachings ultimately attains true stability and harmony within their mental and physical state. This is because only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the complete and perfect knowledge required to guide a human being toward a balanced life. He alone knows how a person can correctly order their priorities, manage their relationships, and use their blessings in a way that leads to tranquility in both worlds. Human knowledge, by contrast, is inherently limited. Despite extensive research and scientific progress, society cannot address every challenge a person may face. Human advice cannot shield an individual from all forms of emotional or physical strain, nor can it provide a flawless framework for placing every aspect of life in its proper place. Human understanding is restricted by limited experience, incomplete foresight, and personal bias. Allah, the Exalted, however, is free from all such limitations. He has conveyed His perfect guidance to humanity through the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 10.
That is Allah, my Lord, upon Him I have relied, and to Him I turn back.
The validity of this principle becomes evident when one compares the lives of those who use their blessings according to Islamic teachings with those who do not. The former experience clarity, order, and inner peace, while the latter often fall into confusion, imbalance, and distress. It is noteworthy that patients frequently follow medical advice without understanding the science behind it, placing complete trust in their doctors. Allah, the Exalted, does not demand such blind obedience. Instead, He invites people to reflect upon His guidance, to observe its effects, and to recognize its truth through clear evidence. Islam encourages thoughtful engagement and conscious acceptance. But this requires approaching the teachings of Allah, the Exalted, with sincerity, openness, and freedom from prejudice. Only then can a person appreciate the wisdom of divine guidance and experience the profound peace it brings. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 10.
That is Allah, my Lord, upon Him I have relied, and to Him I turn back.
In order to deepen one's trust in Allah, the Exalted, and to ensure that one consistently turns to Him in obedience, it is essential to cultivate strong and unwavering faith. Such faith is indispensable, for it enables a person to remain steadfast in their obedience to Allah, the Exalted, in every circumstance, whether in moments of ease or in times of hardship. Strong faith is not acquired through wishful thinking. It is developed by learning and acting upon the clear proofs and evidences found in the Holy Quran and in the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. These sources demonstrate, through reason and experience, that sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted, is the path that leads to peace of mind in both worlds. Conversely, the one who remains ignorant of Islamic teachings inevitably develops weak faith. Such a person easily abandons obedience whenever their desires are challenged, because they have not witnessed, through knowledge and practice, the tranquility that comes from restraining the self and submitting to divine guidance. Their ignorance blinds them to the reality that turning away from desire and turning toward Allah, the Exalted, is the very means by which inner peace is attained. For this reason, a person must strive to attain certainty of faith by learning and acting upon authentic Islamic knowledge. Certainty is not merely intellectual, it is strengthened through consistent practice. When a person uses the blessings they have been granted in the manner prescribed by Islamic teachings, their faith becomes firm, their trust in Allah, the Exalted, deepens, and their obedience becomes stable and enduring. This approach ensures that they attain peace of mind in both worlds. Their mental and physical states become balanced, and they learn to place every blessing, responsibility, and relationship in its proper place. Through this alignment, they prepare themselves adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment, and experience the tranquility that accompanies a life lived in accordance with divine guidance. To further strengthen a person's resolve in obeying Him, Allah, the Exalted, directs their attention to the signs scattered throughout the universe, signs that testify to His absolute oneness and demonstrate that He alone deserves obedience in every circumstance. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 11.
He is creator of the heavens and the earth.
When one reflects upon the creation of the heavens and the earth, and upon the countless systems operating within them with perfect precision, it becomes unmistakably clear that a single, all-powerful Creator brought them into existence and sustains them. Consider, for example, the precise distance between the Sun and the Earth. A slight deviation, either closer or farther, would render the planet uninhabitable. Likewise, the Earth's atmosphere has been fashioned with an exact composition that allows life to flourish. Such harmony cannot arise from accident or coincidence. Human experience reinforces this truth. Even the construction of a simple building requires deliberate planning, careful measurement, and the strategic placement of supporting structures. If such thought is necessary for a modest human creation, How could one imagine that the vast heavens and the expansive earth emerged without intention or design? If they were the result of chance, their structure would be unstable and chaotic. Yet the opposite is true. Their stability and order point decisively to the meticulous planning of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 13 Ar-Ra'd verse 2.
It is Allah who erected the heavens without pillars that you can see.
The path of the sun ensures that the earth receives a perfectly balanced alternation of light and darkness. The precise timing of days and nights, along with their gradual variation throughout the year, allows human beings to derive maximum benefit from both. If the days were significantly longer, people would experience exhaustion and physical strain due to prolonged activity under continuous sunlight. Conversely, if the nights were excessively extended, individuals would lack sufficient time to work, earn a livelihood, pursue education, or engage in other beneficial activities. On the other hand, if the nights were too short, people would be deprived of the rest necessary to maintain physical health and mental clarity. Any alteration in the duration of day and night would also disrupt agriculture. Crops depend on a delicate balance of sunlight and darkness. Even slight changes would affect growth cycles, leading to shortages that would harm both humans and animals. The fact that these cycles operate with such precision, together with countless other balanced systems in the universe, demonstrates the absolute oneness of Allah, the Exalted. If multiple gods existed, each with differing wills, the universe would collapse into disorder. Chapter 21 Al-Anbiya, verse 22.
Had there been within them, i.e., the heavens and earth gods besides Allah, they both would have been ruined.
The moon also serves as a clear sign. It reflects the sun's light, illuminating the night and guiding travelers, especially those journeying across deserts and oceans, where navigation has historically depended on celestial bodies. Its phases regulate the tides of the seas and oceans, which are essential for marine ecosystems. Any disruption in the tides would cause widespread environmental damage. Moreover, the sun and moon together allow humanity to measure time with accuracy, a necessity for organizing life on Earth. Their precise placement and harmonious function within the solar system point unmistakably to the deliberate design of a creator. The Earth's land has likewise been fashioned with perfect balance. Its surface is firm enough to support buildings, yet soft enough to allow crops to grow. When one observes the diversity of landscapes, they notice varying altitudes. Regions of extreme elevation are difficult to inhabit due to thin air and inaccessibility, yet the vast majority of the Earth's surface lies at an altitude suitable for human life. While some areas are naturally inaccessible, most of the planet is designed in a way that allows people to travel, settle, cultivate, and benefit from its resources. Furthermore, the Earth has been structured so that essential resources are accessible to humanity. The more necessary a resource is for survival, such as water, air, and basic food sources, the more abundant and easily obtainable it is. This cannot be attributed to chance. It clearly reflects the wisdom and planning of a creator. The water cycle provides another profound sign. Water evaporates from the seas, rises, and condenses into rain. This rain is naturally acidic, yet when it falls upon mountains, the minerals within them neutralize it, making it suitable for human and animal consumption. Any alteration in this system would bring disaster. The saltiness of the oceans prevents the decay of dead marine creatures from contaminating the water. If the oceans were allowed to become polluted, marine life would perish, and the resulting corruption would spread to the land. The composition of water itself is perfectly balanced. It allows marine life to thrive within it, while enabling heavy ships to float upon its surface. A slight change in its density or chemical structure would make one possible, but not the other. Even today, sea transport remains the primary method for moving goods across the world, demonstrating the enduring importance of this balance. Rain is also measured with precision. Too little rain leads to drought and famine. Too much results in destructive floods. Chapter 23 Al-Mu'minun, verse 18.
And we have sent down rain from the sky in a measured amount and settled it in the earth. And indeed, we are able to take it away.
The winds are equally essential. They enable pollination, allowing crops, plants, and trees to reproduce. Historically, winds powered sea travel, which remains central to global trade even today. Winds also carry rain clouds to the regions that need them. A world without wind would collapse into ecological chaos, while excessive wind would bring destruction. The balance observed in the movement of winds is yet another sign of divine wisdom. Another dimension of divine planning is the continuation of the human race through the birth of successive generations until the appointed end of time. This pattern is not limited to humanity alone. It is reflected across the animal kingdom, where species continue through carefully designed reproductive systems. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 11.
He is made for you from yourselves mates, and among the cattle mates. He multiplies you thereby.
In the case of human beings, Allah, the Exalted, in His infinite wisdom, placed within them natural inclinations and desires that draw them toward the opposite gender. These inclinations serve two profound purposes. First, they provide emotional fulfillment, happiness, companionship, and tranquility. Second, they ensure the survival of humanity by encouraging marriage and procreation. Without these innate tendencies, the vast majority of people would not seek companionship or children, and the human race would diminish long before its divinely appointed conclusion. Chapter 30 Rum, verse 21.
And of his signs is that he created for you from yourselves mates, that you may find tranquility in them, and he placed between you love and mercy.
This verse reveals the depth of divine planning behind human relationships. In youth, individuals are drawn to one another through emotions such as affection, admiration, and physical attraction. These feelings encourage the formation of families and the birth of children, thereby ensuring the continuation of the human race. As couples age, physical beauty naturally fades, and the initial intensity of attraction diminishes. At this stage, mercy becomes the dominant bond, manifesting as patience, care, loyalty, and mutual support. This transition from passionate love to enduring mercy is itself a sign of divine wisdom, for it sustains companionship across the changing stages of life, and preserves the stability of the family unit. Such a progression cannot be adequately explained by human theories such as evolution, which focus narrowly on physical survival and reproduction. Evolutionary frameworks may attempt to explain why humans reproduce, but they cannot account for the enduring emotional bonds that keep families intact long after reproduction is no longer possible. They cannot explain why elderly couples remain devoted to one another, or why compassion, sacrifice, and loyalty deepen with age. These qualities are not merely biological mechanisms. They are spiritual gifts placed by Allah, the Exalted, to nurture tranquility, moral refinement, and emotional resilience. The divine placement of love and mercy ensures that companionship is not merely a means of survival, but a source of spiritual growth. Through this bond, individuals learn patience, sacrifice, generosity, and selflessness, qualities that strengthen not only the family but also the wider community. Chapter 30 Rum, verse 21.
Indeed, in that are signs for a people who give thought.
This statement invites humanity to reflect deeply on the wisdom embedded within their own nature. The presence of love in youth and mercy in old age is not accidental. It is purposeful, guiding couples to remain united throughout their lives. It is a sign for those who ponder, reminding them that every stage of human existence is carefully planned by the Creator. The family unit, established through love and sustained through mercy, is therefore not merely a social structure but a spiritual institution designed to cultivate faith, character, and gratitude. Thus, divine planning ensures both the continuation of the human race and the enrichment of human life. Through companionship, love, and mercy, Allah, the Exalted, grants individuals emotional stability, spiritual nourishment, and a means of fulfilling their purpose. These signs should inspire gratitude, obedience, and reflection, for they reveal the perfection of Allah's design and the futility of denying His wisdom. The bond between spouses is not simply a worldly arrangement. It is a sacred connection intended to nurture tranquility, patience, and compassion. It is a reminder that every stage of human life is guided by divine wisdom, and that the preservation of the family unit is central to the flourishing of humanity. In conclusion, the divine placement of love and mercy within human relationships is a clear sign of the foresight, generosity, and care of Allah, the Exalted. It ensures the continuation of the human race, provides tranquility and happiness, and nurtures spiritual growth. Those who reflect upon this sign will recognize the perfection of divine planning, and will be inspired to live with gratitude, obedience, and humility, using their relationships as a means to draw closer to Allah the Exalted, and to prepare for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. When a person sincerely reflects upon the perfectly balanced systems that govern the universe, each one interdependent, precise, and indispensable, and considers the remarkable organization found within every species, they are compelled by reason itself to acknowledge the existence of a single creator who possesses absolute power over all things. Such harmony cannot arise from coincidence, nor can it be attributed to multiple competing forces. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 11.
There is nothing like unto him.
This declaration establishes that the Creator is utterly unique, incomparable to his creation in essence, attributes, or power. His perfection is reflected in the flawless order of the cosmos, which points unmistakably to his singular authority. Furthermore, Allah the Exalted not only brought all things into existence but continues to sustain them at every moment. This reality refutes the false assumption that creation has been left unattended or abandoned to its own devices. The one who provides for every creature, who maintains every system, and who governs every moment of existence, is certainly the one who observes and monitors the actions of his creation. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 11.
And he is the hearing, the seeing.
These attributes affirm that nothing escapes his knowledge. He hears every word, intention, and supplication, and he sees every action, movement, and circumstance. His continuous sustenance of the universe is inseparable from his continuous oversight of it. The one who maintains the heavens and the earth with perfect precision is the same one who will hold humanity accountable for how they used the blessings they were granted. Thus, reflection on the natural world leads inevitably to recognition of divine oneness, divine power, and divine supervision. The harmony of creation is not merely a sign of a creator. It is a sign of a creator who is fully aware, fully capable, and fully involved in the affairs of his creation. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 12.
To him alone belong the keys of the heavens and the earth.
Ultimately, since the entire creation belongs to Allah the Exalted, and remains under his complete authority, a human being has no real alternative but to submit to his commands. Just as a person faces legal consequences when they violate the laws of the government that governs their country, so too will they face consequences, both in this world and the next, if they disregard the laws set by the owner of the universe. A person may escape the jurisdiction of a particular nation by relocating elsewhere, but there is no place in existence where the authority of Allah, the Exalted, does not apply. Likewise, a person may influence or alter the laws of their society, but they will never be able to alter the laws of Allah, the Exalted. This reality becomes clearer when one considers everyday life. The owner of a house determines the rules of that house, even if guests object to them. In the same way, the universe belongs entirely to Allah, the Exalted, and therefore He alone determines the rules by which it must operate, regardless of whether people approve of them or not. Compliance with these rules is therefore not merely a religious obligation, it is a necessity for one's own well-being. The one who recognizes this truth responds by submitting to the commands of Allah, the Exalted, and by using the blessings they have been granted in ways that please Him, as taught in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Such a person seeks to understand the wisdom behind divine commands and prohibitions, recognizing that they are designed to benefit both the individual and society, and that they lead to peace of mind and body in both worlds. Alternatively, a person may choose to follow their desires, reject divine guidance, and treat their impulses as their ultimate authority. But such a choice carries consequences. The one who refuses to comply with the laws of Allah, the Exalted, should prepare themselves to face the results of their decision in this world and in the hereafter. No objection, protest, or complaint will shield them from the consequences of their own actions. When a person receives even a small portion of support from another human being, such as shelter, financial help, or assistance with daily needs, they naturally recognize that benefactor as deserving of gratitude. If this is true for limited human generosity, then it is far more appropriate that gratitude be shown to Allah, the Exalted, who has bestowed every blessing in existence and who sustains every aspect of human life. Justice and reason both demand that people express gratitude to the one who provides for them completely. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 12.
He extends provision for whom he wills.
True gratitude begins with intention. A deed is only considered an act of gratitude when it is performed solely for the sake of Allah, the Exalted. Actions carried out for praise, recognition, or worldly gain do not earn divine reward. This principle is emphasized in a narration found in Jami at-Tirmidhi, number 3154, which warns that deeds lacking sincere intention are spiritually empty. A heart that is truly grateful does not seek thanks or compensation from people. It is content knowing that Allah, the Exalted, is aware of its sincerity. Chapter 14 Ibrahim, verse 7.
If you are grateful, I will surely increase you in favor.
Another truth becomes clear when one reflects on ownership. When a person owns an object, it is universally accepted that they have the right to use it however they wish, even if others disagree. By analogy, since Allah, the Exalted, created, owns and sustains everything in the universe, including human beings, He alone determines what should occur within it and what should not. It is therefore only fair and rational that people obey Him, for they themselves belong to Him. A similar principle applies to borrowed items. When someone lends an object to another person, it is expected that the borrower use it according to the wishes of its owner. Allah the Exalted has granted every worldly blessing, health, wealth, intellect, time, family, as a loan, not as a permanent gift. Like all loans, these blessings must be repaid, not by returning them physically, but by using them in ways that please Allah the Exalted. In contrast, the blessings of paradise are gifts, not loans. They are granted as a reward, and those who receive them will be free to enjoy them however they desire. Chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 43.
And they will be called, "This is paradise which you have been made to inherit for what you used to do."
A person must therefore never confuse the temporary, conditional blessings of this world, which are a trust and a loan, with the eternal gifts of paradise. Worldly blessings must be used responsibly and in accordance with divine guidance, while the gifts of the hereafter are unrestricted rewards for those who lived with gratitude, sincerity, and obedience. Furthermore, since Allah, the Exalted, alone controls the provision of every created being, He distributes sustenance according to His perfect wisdom and infinite knowledge. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 12.
He extends provision for whom He wills and restricts it. Indeed He is of all things knowing.
This verse establishes that increases and decreases in provision are never random, nor are they signs of divine favor or displeasure in themselves. Rather, they are deliberate tests designed to reveal who will show gratitude during times of abundance, and who will remain patient during times of restriction. Both states, expansion and limitation, are opportunities for spiritual growth, and both require the believer to respond with the correct attitude. A person must therefore recognize that the true measure of success is not the amount of provision they receive, but how they use it. As long as one remains steadfast in using their blessings in the manner prescribed by Islamic teachings, whether in ease or in hardship, they will attain peace of mind in both worlds. This steadfastness produces a balanced mental and physical state, enabling a person to place every blessing, responsibility, and relationship in its proper place. Through this alignment, they experience tranquility in this life and prepare themselves adequately for their accountability in the next. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 13.
He has ordained for you all of religion what He enjoined upon Noah, and that which we have revealed to you, and what we enjoined upon Abraham and Moses and Jesus, to establish the religion.
No matter how far human civilization progresses, and regardless of the knowledge it accumulates in science, psychology, sociology, or any other field, it will never be capable of producing a code of conduct that perfectly corresponds to human nature and addresses every circumstance individuals and societies will face throughout their time on Earth. This limitation is unavoidable. Humanity is still uncovering basic truths about its own existence, such as the functions at different regions of the brain, let alone possessing the depth of understanding required to craft a flawless moral and social framework that guarantees tranquility, justice, and stability for all. Only Allah, the Exalted, can provide such a comprehensive and perfect system. As the creator of all things, His knowledge is limitless and encompasses every detail of the past, present, and future. He alone understands the full reality of human nature, its strengths, weaknesses, needs, and vulnerabilities. For this reason, He alone is qualified to reveal a code of conduct that clearly distinguishes benefit from harm, guidance from misguidance, and tranquility from turmoil. His divine law is the only standard capable of granting true peace of mind and protecting individuals from a life dominated by stress, confusion, and imbalance. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 13.
To establish the religion and not be divided therein.
History itself testifies to this truth. Whenever the divine code of conduct was sincerely implemented in the lives of individuals and communities, it produced societies marked by justice, dignity, compassion, and stability. It elevated character, restrained oppression, protected the vulnerable, and established harmony between individuals and their wider environment. No human-made system, no matter how sophisticated, has ever achieved such comprehensive and lasting results. Therefore, a person must accept the divine guidance revealed by Allah, the Exalted, recognizing that it is the most beneficial path for their well-being, even when certain teachings challenge their personal desires. Their attitude should resemble that of a wise patient who accepts the advice of a skilled physician. Although the treatment may involve bitter medicine and strict dietary restrictions, the patient complies because they understand that the physician's guidance ultimately serves their long-term health. In the same way, the one who submits to the divine code of conduct will ultimately attain tranquility, balance, and success in both worlds. In truth, whenever a person turns away from the divine code of conduct revealed by Allah, the Exalted, and instead embraces systems devised by human beings, they do so because such systems allow them to pursue their worldly desires without restraint. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 13.
Difficult for those who associate others with Allah is that to which you invite them.
Human-made codes are inevitably shaped by the inclinations, ambitions, and self-interest of those who create them. Unlike the divine law, rooted in perfect wisdom, justice, and mercy, man-made systems reflect human desires and limitations. Those who possess wealth, status, or influence are often the most deeply invested in these systems. They recognize that accepting the truth of Islam would require them to submit to a higher moral authority, one that places boundaries on their pursuit of pleasure, power, and personal gain. Such submission would restrict their exploitation of others, their indulgence in excess, and their misuse of authority. Fearing the loss of their privileges, they not only reject the truth themselves, but also encourage others to follow their example. In doing so, they attempt to preserve their worldly standing, even though this choice endangers their eternal well-being. This pattern is not new. Throughout history, the first to oppose the holy prophets, peace be upon them, were often the elites of society, those who feared that embracing divine guidance would undermine their power and expose their injustices. Their rejection was never due to a lack of evidence, for the signs of Allah, the Exalted, were clear before them. Rather, their opposition stemmed from arrogance, pride, and an unwillingness to abandon their desires. Thus, the refusal to accept divine guidance is rarely an intellectual dispute about truth. It is, in most cases, a moral and spiritual refusal, a reluctance to restrain one's desires and submit to the authority of the Creator. The mind may recognize the truth, but the heart resists because accepting it requires humility, discipline, and a willingness to change. But those who recognize that accepting and acting on Islamic guidance leads to peace of mind in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life, will remain firm on obeying Allah, the Exalted, despite the opposition to it they witness from others. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 13.
Allah chooses for Himself whom He wills, and guides to Himself whoever turns back.
In order to adopt firmness on the right path, one must obtain strong faith, as a profound and unwavering commitment to obeying Allah, the Exalted, is anchored in a robust foundation of belief that serves as a spiritual compass, remaining steadfast through the fluctuating tides of prosperity and the heavy burdens of hardship. This internal strength is not accidental. It is meticulously cultivated by deeply understanding and actively applying the divine signs within the Holy Quran and the noble traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, which collectively affirm that true, lasting peace in both this world and the hereafter is found exclusively through sincere submission to the Creator. In contrast, a deficiency in Islamic knowledge inevitably leads to a fragility of conviction, leaving an individual vulnerable to the whispers of doubt, and more likely to stray when temporary personal desires or worldly temptations conflict with divine commands. Without the illumination of sacred wisdom, one may remain blind to the reality that sacrificing the whims of the ego for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, is the ultimate key to unlocking genuine tranquility and spiritual success. Therefore, it is absolutely vital for every individual to fortify their faith through the continuous pursuit and practical application of sacred knowledge, as this dedication ensures that one remains obedient at all times, correctly utilizing every blessing, whether wealth, health, or time, according to the ethical frameworks of Islam. Ultimately, this holistic approach to faith leads to a perfectly balanced state of mental and physical well-being, allowing the believer to prioritize their responsibilities and spiritual goals with divine clarity, ensuring that every action is a step toward eternal success. Allah, the Exalted, warns against adopting the destructive attitude observed in the people of the book, who were recipients of divine knowledge intended to foster unity. However, driven by a thirst for leadership, authority, and social influence, many of their scholars chose to intentionally misinterpret their sacred teachings. This deliberate distortion led to the emergence of various factions and divisions, with each group erroneously claiming to be the sole possessors of the truth. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 14.
And they did not become divided until after knowledge had come to them, out of jealous animosity between themselves. And if not for a word that proceeded from your Lord, postponing the penalty until a specified time, it would have been concluded between them.
History bears witness to the consequences of such distortion. Whenever individuals manipulated divine teachings to serve worldly ambitions, factions emerged, each claiming exclusive ownership of the truth. This phenomenon is not confined to the past, it is a timeless warning. It demonstrates how the misuse of divine knowledge breeds division, arrogance, and misguidance. Chapter 30, Rum, verse 32.
All of those who have divided their religion and become sects, every faction rejoicing in what it has.
Such individuals take pride in their distortions, convincing themselves and others that they are rightly guided, while in reality they have strayed far from the truth. Their arrogance blinds them to correction and entrenches them deeper in error. Muslims must therefore avoid repeating this pattern by intentionally misinterpreting the Holy Quran or the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. To misuse divine knowledge is to misuse one of the greatest blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted. This inevitably leads to imbalance in one's mental and physical state, disordered priorities, and a failure to prepare for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Even if such individuals enjoy worldly comforts, their inner turmoil will manifest as stress, instability, and hardship in both worlds. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned in a hadith found in Sunan Ibn Majah, number 253, that the one who intentionally misuses Islamic knowledge has been promised hell. Deliberate misinterpretation also corrupts a person's faith, and may even extinguish it without their realizing it. Faith resembles a delicate plant. It must be nurtured, protected, and shielded from harmful influences. Just as a plant withers when exposed to toxins or neglect, faith weakens and eventually dies when a person persists in distortion and sin. This is the greatest of all losses, for such a person may leave this world without faith, condemning themselves to eternal regret. For this reason, it is essential to avoid twisting divine teachings to satisfy worldly desires. Those who do so will face distress in this world and punishment in the next, and their misguidance will harm not only themselves but also those they influence, multiplying their burden of accountability. A further safeguard against misinterpretation is to avoid placing absolute loyalty in any single religious teacher, group, or sect. A Muslim should indeed learn from qualified scholars, but their ultimate loyalty must remain with Allah, the Exalted, even if this requires disagreeing with their teacher or group. When loyalty is tied to a group, a person becomes inclined to distort divine teachings in order to defend that group. But when loyalty is tied to Allah, the Exalted, sincerity, balance, and correctness naturally follow. This principle does not call for abandoning scholars. Islam emphasizes the importance of learning from those who possess knowledge. Rather, it is a reminder that scholars are human beings who may err, and that ultimate allegiance must rest with Allah the Exalted alone. When a person attaches their faith to a group or individual, they risk rejecting truth simply because it conflicts with their allegiance. This leads to sectarianism, arrogance, and division, precisely what the Holy Quran warns against. By contrast, when loyalty is directed solely to Allah the Exalted, a person approaches the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, with sincerity, humility, and fairness. This attitude frees them from bias. It enables them to accept truth, even when it comes from outside their circle, and it prevents them from defending falsehood out of misplaced loyalty. Such sincerity ensures that divine guidance is applied correctly, producing unity among Muslims, tranquility within the heart, and righteousness in conduct. This loyalty also protects faith from corruption. Faith, like a plant, must be nourished and shielded from harmful influences. Misplaced loyalty poisons the soil of faith, while loyalty to Allah, the Exalted, enriches it with sincerity and humility. Moreover, loyalty to Allah, the Exalted, strengthens a person against worldly temptations. Those who seek acceptance from a group may compromise their principles to maintain status or approval. But the one whose loyalty is with Allah, the Exalted, remains steadfast even if they must stand alone. This independence of faith is a sign of true sincerity, for it shows that their devotion is not to human approval but to divine truth. The message is unmistakable. Division and misinterpretation arise when people seek worldly gain from divine knowledge, while unity, tranquility, and salvation arise when people remain loyal to Allah the Exalted and interpret His guidance with sincerity and humility. The wise person nurtures their faith like a precious plant, protects it from corruption, and remains steadfast in loyalty to Allah the Exalted alone. This loyalty is the essence of piety, the foundation of peace in this world, and the key to salvation in the hereafter. Furthermore, when divine guidance was altered, manipulated, or selectively applied for worldly motives, the consequences were far-reaching and deeply destructive. Communities that were once united upon truth became fractured, and internal conflict began to spread like a disease. As these divisions intensified, the general public increasingly associated religion itself, not the distortions of its leaders, with turmoil, injustice, and harm. Ordinary people observed the rivalry, corruption, and self-interest displayed by their religious authorities, and, assuming these individuals genuinely represented divine teachings, became disillusioned. This confusion clouded their understanding, and led many to question the authenticity of religion altogether. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 14.
And indeed, those who were granted inheritance of the scripture after them are, concerning it, in disquieting doubt.
History provides countless examples of entire communities turning away from religion because of the misconduct, hypocrisy, and worldly ambitions of their scholars. When those entrusted with sacred knowledge use it to advance personal agendas, the resulting corruption becomes a barrier between people and the truth. Their behavior creates an environment in which ordinary individuals cannot distinguish between divine guidance and human manipulation. As previously discussed, the only way to avoid falling into this trap is for individuals to actively seek the authentic teachings and divine revelation from trustworthy and reliable sources, while keeping their loyalty firmly with Allah, the Exalted, rather than with people. When a person anchors their faith in Allah, the Exalted, alone, they develop the clarity needed to recognize genuine guidance and the strength to act upon it by using their blessings in the manner He has prescribed. This approach safeguards a person's mental and physical balance, enabling them to place every blessing, responsibility, and relationship in its proper place. It prevents confusion, protects the heart from corruption, and ensures that one prepares adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Such sincerity and clarity of purpose lead to tranquility in this life and success in the next. By grounding themselves in authentic guidance and directing their loyalty to Allah, the Exalted, a person attains peace of mind in both worlds, as they navigate life with stability, purpose, and a correct understanding of their role within creation. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 15.
So to that religion of Allah invite, and remain on a right course as you are commanded, and do not follow their desires.
Here Allah, the Exalted, cautions people against the danger of blindly following others, particularly the dominant opinions within society, which are often shaped by influential elites whose primary concern is the pursuit of their worldly ambitions and desires. A person must therefore be extremely careful not to imitate others without reflection, for the behavior of the majority frequently leads to the disobedience of Allah, the Exalted. When someone observes most people disregarding Islamic teachings, they may assume that the majority must be correct, and thus follow them without thought, investigation, or understanding. Yet the truth is that the majority opinion is not a reliable measure of what is right. History repeatedly demonstrates that widely accepted beliefs were later proven false when new evidence emerged, such as the once popular but incorrect belief that the earth was flat. For this reason, it is essential to avoid behaving like cattle that simply follow the herd, for unthinking conformity often results in misguided decisions in both worldly and spiritual matters. Chapter 6, Al-An'am, verse 116.
And if you obey most of those upon the earth, they will mislead you from the way of Allah. They follow not except assumption, and they are not but guessing.
Instead of surrendering to the influence of the majority, individuals must use the intellect and reasoning that Allah, the Exalted, has granted them. They should assess each situation based on sound knowledge, evidence, and reflection, enabling them to make decisions that are correct and beneficial, even when these decisions differ from the prevailing views of society. Islam strongly condemns blind imitation in religious matters for this very reason. It encourages Muslims to learn, understand, and act upon Islamic teachings with insight and awareness, ensuring that their obedience is rooted in conviction rather than imitation. Chapter 12, Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
And chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 15.
But say, I have believed in what Allah has revealed of the book.
The book refers to both the law and wisdom. The law represents the divinely revealed code of conduct that people must follow in order to use the blessings they have been granted in the correct manner. By adhering to this law, individuals safeguard their peace of mind and fulfill the rights owed to Allah, the Exalted, as well as the rights owed to other people. When this law is upheld, it naturally promotes justice, harmony, and stability within society, as it establishes clear boundaries that protect individuals from wrongdoing and ensure fairness in all interactions. Wisdom, on the other hand, is essential because it teaches people how to apply their knowledge, such as the law, in a manner that produces benefit for themselves and for others in both this world and the next. Wisdom enables a person to understand the spirit behind the law, to recognize the appropriate context for its application, and to act with insight rather than mechanical obedience. Without wisdom, even correct knowledge can be misused or applied in ways that cause harm rather than good. Both law and wisdom are therefore indispensable for the creation of a just and peaceful society. The law without wisdom becomes vulnerable to misinterpretation and manipulation, as individuals may exploit technicalities or loopholes to justify wrongdoing while outwardly appearing compliant. Such behavior empties the law of its purpose and allows injustice to flourish under the guise of legality. Conversely, wisdom without the law leads people to invent their own standards of right and wrong based on personal preference, cultural trends, or emotional impulses. Since all man-made codes of conduct are limited by human ignorance, bias, and lack of foresight, they can never produce lasting peace of mind or genuine justice. For this reason, wisdom without the law is equally incapable of guiding individuals or societies toward tranquility. Without the firm structure provided by divine law, people inevitably fail to fulfill the rights of others, even if they believe they are acting wisely. This failure disrupts social harmony, causes injustice to spread, and deprives individuals of the inner peace that comes from living in accordance with divine guidance. Only when law and wisdom operate together can a person achieve balance, fulfill their responsibilities, and contribute to a society grounded in justice and peace. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 15.
And I have been commanded to do justice among you. Allah is our Lord and your Lord.
But since Allah, the Exalted, does not compel anyone to accept right guidance, because doing so would nullify the very purpose of the earthly test, human beings are granted the freedom to choose their own path. Yet this freedom comes with responsibility, for every person will be held accountable for their choices in both this world and the next. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 15.
For us are our deeds and for you your deeds. There is no need for argument between us and you.
And chapter 88 Al-Ghashiyah, verses 21 to 22.
So remind you are only a reminder. You are not over them a controller.
These verses offer enduring guidance for all who invite others to righteousness. They make clear that the role of the caller to truth is not to compel belief or force transformation, but to convey the message with sincerity, clarity, and compassion. The caller must trust that Allah, the Exalted, guides hearts according to His perfect wisdom. This understanding liberates the caller from grief, frustration, or feelings of failure when their efforts appear to produce no visible results. It teaches that genuine success is not measured by numbers, influence, or public recognition, but by honesty, integrity, and steadfastness in delivering the message. Those who sincerely seek guidance will recognize and accept it when it reaches them, while those who remain arrogant or heedless only harm themselves. The sincere seeker also understands that Allah, the Exalted, never burdens a soul beyond its capacity. Every challenge is an opportunity to grow in patience, discipline, and faith. Peace, whether in this life or the hereafter, requires sacrifice, self-restraint, and mastery over one's lower desires. True contentment is not found in wealth, status, or fame, but in wholehearted submission to Allah, the Exalted. This truth becomes evident when one observes individuals who possess every worldly comfort, yet remain inwardly restless, anxious, and dissatisfied. For those who call others to truth, the focus must remain on fulfilling their duty, embodying the teachings of Islam, conveying the message with compassion, and entrusting the outcome entirely to Allah, the Exalted. Success lies in obedience and sincerity, not in compelling others or seeking worldly acclaim. When the caller embraces this perspective, anxiety transforms into calm trust, impatience becomes perseverance, and hope becomes reliance upon the mercy and justice of Allah, the Exalted. In this way, the caller becomes a living example of faith, demonstrating that guidance is a gift granted by Allah, the Exalted, which one must struggle to obtain, and that the human role is simply to convey the message faithfully while leaving the accountability of people to Him. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 15.
Allah will bring us together, and to Him is the final destination.
When a person chooses to live in accordance with Islamic principles, while those around them follow a different path, this contrast often stirs discomfort in others. Their own choices, especially when driven by personal desires rather than obedience to Allah, the Exalted, begin to feel exposed. Instead of confronting this inner unease, they may direct criticism toward the believer who remains firm upon their faith. Such reactions frequently arise even within families, where the presence of a principled individual can unintentionally highlight the shortcomings of others. Rather than reflecting on their own behavior, they attempt to undermine the one who has chosen sincerity and obedience. In addition to this interpersonal pressure, broader societal forces intensify the challenge. Social media, entertainment culture, fashion industries, and shifting cultural norms constantly promote values that conflict with Islamic teachings. The public expression of Islam is often viewed as an obstacle to ambitions centered on wealth, popularity, and social prestige. Industries whose practices Islam critiques, whether due to immorality, exploitation, or excess, naturally resist the influence of Islamic ethics. As a result, they discourage Muslims from practicing their faith openly and contribute to the widespread anti-Islamic sentiment visible across many platforms, especially online. These sentiments are not rooted in reasoned critique, but in the fear that Islamic principles threaten their pursuit of unrestrained desire. Those who strive to live by Islamic teachings, which call for moderation, self-discipline, and responsible enjoyment of blessings, often face hostility from individuals who indulge in excess and act purely on impulse. Islam describes such unrestrained behavior as animalistic, for it reflects a life governed by desire rather than intellect or conscience. People who live in this manner frequently attempt to dissuade others from embracing Islam or discourage Muslims from practicing their faith, hoping to draw them into a lifestyle defined by unchecked impulses. They often attack specific aspects of Islam, such as the dress code for women, in an attempt to weaken its appeal. Yet anyone who reflects carefully can see the superficiality of these criticisms. For example, critics may object loudly to the Islamic dress code, yet they remain silent about the strict uniforms required in professions such as law enforcement, the military, healthcare, education, and business. Their selective outrage exposes the weakness of their arguments and reveals that their true objection lies not in clothing, but in Islam's insistence on discipline and moral restraint. Ultimately, it is the strength of Islamic principles and the disciplined conduct of its followers that provokes such hostility. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 16.
And those who argue concerning Allah after He has been responded to, their argument is invalid with their Lord.
In all circumstances, a person must remain unwavering in their obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Such devotion brings inner serenity and shields them from the harmful influence of others, even if this protection is not immediately visible. Loyalty to Allah ensures that a person uses their blessings correctly and responsibly. This commitment cultivates a balanced mental and physical state, enabling them to organize their life with clarity and purpose, while preparing for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Through this steadfastness, they experience tranquility in both worlds. They are guided through ease and hardship alike, their peace of mind strengthened, and their reward multiplied in this life and the next. By contrast, abandoning the commands of Allah, the Exalted, in pursuit of the approval of others inevitably destroys inner peace. Such behavior leads to the misuse of blessings, resulting in confusion, instability, and disorder. A person who prioritizes the opinions of others over divine guidance will find themselves in a state of mental and physical turmoil, misplacing their priorities and mismanaging their relationships. This negligence leaves them unprepared for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Consequently, they will face stress, challenges, and difficulties in both worlds, regardless of the material comforts they may possess. Outward success cannot compensate for the inner emptiness that accompanies a life lived without sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 16.
And upon them is His wrath, and for them is a severe punishment.
In order to avoid this outcome, one must accept and act on the divine code of conduct revealed by Allah, the Exalted, as this is the only way one can obtain a balanced life, which leads to peace of mind in both worlds on an individual and societal level. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 17.
It is Allah who has sent down the book in truth, and also the balance.
Humanity may ascend to the highest peaks of scientific discovery and social sophistication, yet it remains fundamentally incapable of crafting a legislative framework that perfectly mirrors the intricacies of human nature or anticipates every shifting tide of the global condition. This inherent limitation exists because human knowledge is inherently retrospective and fragmented. We are perpetually learning new truths about our own biological and cognitive functions, such as the emerging complexities of neural pathways and hormonal influences, which renders any man-made code of conduct obsolete the moment a new discovery is made. In stark contrast, Allah, the Exalted, the architect of existence, possesses a knowledge that is neither acquired nor evolving, but is instead absolute, encompassing every secret of the past and every possibility of the future. It is He alone who can provide a comprehensive and immutable standard that flawlessly distinguishes between the virtuous and the corrupt, guiding the soul toward a profound tranquility that remains untouched by the stresses of a material world. Throughout history, the sincere implementation of this divine guidance has consistently led to unparalleled justice and social cohesion, proving that true peace is found not in the pursuit of personal whims, but in the disciplined adherence to a higher law. Consequently, the wise individual recognizes that their own desires are often clouded by short-term impulses, and, like a patient who yields to the expertise of a master physician, they must embrace the divine decree with total conviction. Even when the medicine of the Creator's law seems bitter or his dietary restrictions appear challenging, they are the essential requirements for a healthy soul and a thriving civilization, designed by the only one who truly knows what is best for his creation. Furthermore, as mentioned earlier, the Holy Quran is described as the book in verse 17 because it encompasses both law and wisdom. The law represents the clear code of conduct that people are required to live by, so that they use the blessings they have been granted in the correct manner. Adhering to this law enables individuals to attain peace of mind, while also fulfilling the rights owed to Allah, the Exalted, and to other people. When this divine law is upheld within a community, it naturally leads to the establishment of justice, harmony, and social stability. Wisdom, on the other hand, is essential because it teaches people how to apply knowledge correctly and appropriately. Possessing knowledge alone is insufficient if one does not know how to implement it in a way that brings benefit and avoids harm. Wisdom guides individuals in applying the law with fairness, balance, and insight, ensuring that their actions serve their own well-being as well as the well-being of others in both this world and the next. For this reason, both law and wisdom are indispensable for the formation of a just and peaceful society. Law without wisdom can easily be distorted or misused. When people focus only on legal rulings without understanding their underlying purpose and spirit, they may exploit technicalities or search for loopholes in order to justify wrongdoing. This approach allows injustice to be carried out under the appearance of legality, undermining trust and damaging social cohesion. In such cases, the law becomes a tool for harm rather than a means of protection and justice. Conversely, wisdom without law is equally problematic. When people rely solely on what they personally consider to be wise, ethical, or appropriate, they inevitably construct a code of conduct based on subjective opinions, emotions, and cultural trends. Since human understanding is limited and influenced by personal interests, biases, and changing circumstances, such an approach cannot produce consistent justice or lasting peace. What one person considers wise may be harmful to another, and what appears beneficial in one situation may be destructive in another. All systems of conduct that originate from human beings alone are inherently flawed. They are restricted by limited knowledge, incomplete experience, lack of foresight, and both conscious and unconscious bias. As a result, these systems are incapable of providing lasting peace of mind to individuals or establishing true justice within society. Wisdom divorced from divine law ultimately fails to protect the rights of people, leading to imbalance, conflict, and injustice. Therefore, only the combination of divine law and divine wisdom, both of which are perfectly integrated within the Holy Quran, can guide people to live balanced lives, fulfill their responsibilities, and contribute to a society grounded in peace and justice. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 17.
It is Allah who has sent down the book in truth, and also the balance.
The reference to balance in this verse, which has been placed in this world, is also a strong proof of Judgment Day. If one observes the universe, they will notice many examples of balance. For example, the Earth is at a perfect and balanced distance from the Sun. If the Earth was slightly closer or further away from the Sun, it would not be inhabitable. Similarly, the water cycle, which involves the evaporation of water from the ocean into the atmosphere, which is then condensed in order to produce rain, is perfectly balanced so that the creation can continue living on Earth. The ground was created in a balanced way so that the weak branches and shoots of seeds can penetrate through it in order to provide crops for the creation, yet the same ground is tough enough to withstand heavy buildings being built on top of it. There are many such examples that not only clearly indicate a creator, but also balance. But there is one major thing in this world which is clearly unbalanced, namely, the actions of mankind. One often observes oppressive and tyrannical people who escape punishment in this world. Conversely, there are countless people who are oppressed by others and face other difficulties, yet do not receive their full reward for their patience. Many Muslims who sincerely obey Allah, the Exalted, often face many difficulties in this world, and only receive a small share in reward, whereas those who openly disobey Allah, the Exalted, enjoy the luxuries of this world. Just like Allah, the Exalted, has set up a balance in all His creations, the reward and punishment of actions must also be balanced. But this obviously does not occur in this world, so therefore it must occur in another time, namely, the Day of Judgment. Allah, the Exalted, could reward and punish fully in this world. But one of the wisdoms behind not fully punishing in this world is that Allah, the Exalted, gives opportunity after opportunity to them so that they sincerely repent and correct their behavior. He does not fully reward Muslims in this world, as this world is not paradise. In addition, believing in the unseen, namely, the full reward waiting for a Muslim in the next world, is an important aspect of faith. In fact, belief in the unseen is what makes faith special. Believing in something which can be perceived through the five senses, such as receiving full reward in this world, would not be so special. Having fear of full punishment and hope in receiving full reward in the hereafter will encourage one to abstain from sins and perform righteous deeds. In order for the day of recompense to commence, this material world must end. This is because punishment and reward can only be given once everyone's actions terminate. Therefore, the day of recompense cannot take place until the actions of people have been concluded. This indicates that the material world must end sooner or later. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 17.
And what will make you perceive? Perhaps the hour is near.
When one reflects on this discussion, it will strengthen their faith in the Day of Judgment, thereby encouraging them to prepare for it by using the blessings they have been granted correctly, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, so that they achieve peace of mind and success in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 45 Al-Jatiyah, verse 22.
For Allah created the heavens and the earth for a purpose, so that every soul may be paid back for what it has committed, and none will be wronged.
As previously discussed, the leaders of the non-Muslims in Mecca employed numerous strategies to prevent others from embracing Islam, driven largely by their fear of losing authority, influence, and social standing. Among these tactics was their demand to know the precise timing of the Day of Judgment. When they were not given an exact answer, because such knowledge belongs solely to Allah, the Exalted, they used this as a pretext to deny its existence altogether. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 18.
Those who do not believe in it are impatient for it.
Their reasoning was fundamentally flawed. Ignorance of the timing of a future event does not invalidate its certainty. Human beings do not know the exact moment of their death, yet death remains an undeniable reality. In the same way, the Day of Judgment is certain, even though its timing is hidden. Allah, the Exalted, has concealed these realities so that people remain in a constant state of readiness, rather than delaying repentance and preparation until the final moment. This concealment encourages consistent effort, which is far more beneficial than last-minute action. A wise student who anticipates a surprise test studies regularly, while a student who knows the exact date may procrastinate and harm their own success. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 18.
But those who believe are fearful of it, and know that it is the truth.
Islam also addresses those who claim they will not accept its teachings until every unseen reality, such as angels and other elements of the unseen world, is made visible and fully comprehensible to them. This mindset is deeply misguided, for the essence of faith lies in believing in unseen realities without requiring physical proof. The value of belief in Allah, the Exalted, comes precisely from trusting in what cannot be directly observed. Although humans cannot perceive the unseen with their senses, the universe is filled with signs that point unmistakably to its creator. Just as a painting testifies to the existence of a painter, the harmony, order, and precision of the world testify to the existence of Allah, the Exalted. Moreover, people rely daily on countless phenomena they do not fully understand, such as the internal workings of medicine, yet they accept and benefit from them without hesitation. Islam's teachings are grounded in evidence, reason, and observable reality, but some aspects necessarily relate to the unseen. This dimension elevates the merit of faith, for it requires trust, humility, and sincerity. A person who claims they will only believe after witnessing unseen beings, such as angels, does not attain true virtue, because genuine faith involves conviction without direct sensory verification. Belief that arises only after seeing the unseen lacks the distinct value of faith exercised in the presence of uncertainty. The true test of human life lies in recognizing truth and obeying Allah, the Exalted, despite having the ability to disobey. By revealing divine scriptures and sending the holy prophets, peace be upon them, Allah, the Exalted, has preserved human free will, allowing individuals to exercise independent judgment. He has not made reality so overwhelmingly obvious that disbelief becomes impossible, for such a condition would eliminate meaningful choice and render reward and accountability void. Therefore, people should not expect the unseen, such as the manifestation of Allah, the Exalted, or His angels, to be unveiled before they choose to believe. If these realities were made visible, free will would disappear, and the spiritual and moral worth of faith and obedience would be lost. Faith and obedience only hold value when the unseen remains partially concealed, requiring individuals to accept and act upon truth without physical proof. If every hidden reality were exposed, even the most stubborn rejectors of truth would be compelled to believe, and voluntary submission would no longer exist. The significance of belief and obedience lies precisely in the presence of choice. The ability to accept or reject truth forms the foundation of human accountability. The complete unveiling of all unseen matters will occur only on the day of judgment, when every intention, decision, and action is laid bare. That moment will mark the end of the earthly test, and all of creation will be held accountable for the choices made while the unseen remained hidden. This final disclosure will demonstrate the wisdom, justice, and purpose behind life's trials. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 18.
Unquestionably, those who dispute concerning the hour are in extreme error.
Rejecting the possibility of human resurrection on the day of judgment is an extraordinary stance, especially when the natural world is filled with countless demonstrations of life emerging from what appears to be dead. These signs occur so frequently and so openly that denying resurrection becomes more irrational than affirming it. One of the clearest examples is the revival of barren land. Rain falls upon soil that seems lifeless, cracked, and empty, yet by the command of Allah, the Exalted, it becomes lush with vegetation. A dry seed, hard, dormant, and seemingly without potential, splits open and grows into a plant that sustains entire ecosystems. If Allah, the Exalted, can bring life from a seed buried in the earth, then resurrecting the human being, who is likewise placed into the ground, is even more effortless. The cycle of the seasons also provides a vivid illustration. In winter, trees stand bare and appear dead, their branches are stripped of leaves, and their vitality seems extinguished. Yet when the season changes, those same trees burst into life once more, covered in leaves, blossoms, and fruit. This transformation repeats every year, serving as a visible reminder that revival after apparent death is woven into the fabric of creation. Resurrection is not only visible in the world around us, it is happening constantly within our own bodies. Cells die and are replaced every moment. Skin renews itself, blood cells regenerate, and even bones undergo continuous cycles of breakdown and rebuilding. A person may feel unchanged, yet their body is in a perpetual state of death and renewal. If Allah, the Exalted, can orchestrate this intricate cycle within every human being, then restoring a person to life after death is not difficult in the slightest. The daily cycle of sleep and wakefulness is another profound sign. Sleep resembles a temporary death, as awareness fades and the senses are suspended. Allah, the Exalted, then returns the soul to the sleeper if they are destined to continue living, granting them a new period of wakefulness. Each morning is, in essence, a small resurrection, a return to life after a state that mirrors death. Chapter 39, Az-Zumar, verse 42.
Allah takes the souls at the time of their death, and those that do not die He takes during their sleep. Then He keeps those for which He has decreed death, and releases the others for a specified term. Indeed, in that are signs for a people who give thought.
Nature offers even more striking examples. A caterpillar enters a cocoon and becomes motionless, appearing lifeless, only to emerge later as a butterfly, transformed and renewed. Certain animals hibernate for months, their bodies slowing to a near-death state, yet they awaken with full vitality when conditions change. Coral reefs that appear bleached and dead can regenerate and return to vibrant color. Deserts that remain barren for years suddenly erupt with flowers after a single rainfall. Even volcanic landscapes, once reduced to ash, eventually become fertile ground for forests and wildlife. Human experience also reflects this pattern. A person may lose consciousness, appear lifeless, and then be revived through medical intervention. Hearts that stop beating can be restarted. Limbs that were once paralyzed can regain movement. These events remind us that life and death are entirely in the hands of Allah, the Exalted, and that revival is not a distant or impossible concept. It is something humanity witnesses regularly. All these examples, revived land, sprouting seeds, seasonal renewal, cellular regeneration, sleep and awakening, transformations in nature, and the revival of ecosystems, serve as clear signs that resurrection is not only possible but constantly demonstrated by Allah, the Exalted. The one who repeatedly brings life from death, in countless forms, will certainly resurrect humanity on the Day of Judgment. The world itself is a continuous testimony to this truth. Chapter 42, Ash-Shuraa, verse 18.
Unquestionably, those who dispute concerning the hour are in extreme error.
As discussed earlier in detail, the Day of Judgment stands as an inevitable reality, necessitated by the profound balance that permeates every corner of the universe. From the Earth's precise orbit that sustains life to the harmonious water cycle and the dual nature of the soil, being both yielding for seeds and firm for structures, creation is a testament to the perfect calibration of its maker. Yet, while the physical world operates in flawless equilibrium, a visible imbalance persists in the realm of human affairs, where oppressors often flourish and the virtuous frequently endure uncompensated hardship. Since Allah the Exalted has established order in all other things, it is logically certain that a final day of judgment must exist to reconcile this moral disparity. This ultimate day serves as the essential conclusion where the cosmic scale of justice is finally leveled, ensuring that every deed is accounted for, and every soul receives its true and earned recompense. As previously explained, the fairness of the test of believing or rejecting the hereafter depends on the nature of the signs Allah, the Exalted, has placed throughout the universe. These signs are intentionally subtle, clear enough for the sincere seeker to recognize, yet not so overwhelming that they remove the possibility of choice. If the signs were as unmistakable as those that will appear near the end of time, such as the sun rising from the west or the return of the Holy Prophet Isa, peace be upon him, mentioned in various Islamic teachings including the Hadith in Sahih Muslim, number 7285, then belief would no longer be a matter of conviction but a forced conclusion. The test of life would lose its meaning, for certainty would replace faith. Instead, Allah the Exalted has scattered signs throughout creation that gently point toward truth without compelling acceptance. These signs are woven into the order, harmony, and precision of the universe, inviting reflection from those who are willing to think. Their subtlety ensures that the test remains just. Those who seek guidance will find it, while those who turn away will not be coerced into belief. Chapter 42, Ash-Shuraa, verse 19.
Allah is subtle with His servants.
One of the clearest demonstrations of the subtle workings of Allah, the Exalted, is found in the way He provides sustenance for His creation. Chapter 42, Ash-Shuraa, verse 19.
He gives provisions to whom He wills.
His method of providing is not direct or overwhelming. He does not send angels visibly carrying food, wealth, or resources to individuals, for such an approach would eliminate the very essence of believing in the unseen. Instead, His provision reaches people through quiet, indirect, and perfectly balanced means. Rain, for example, falls in the exact measure and at the precise locations needed to sustain life. Through this rain, barren land is revived and lifeless seeds awaken, producing crops that nourish humans, animals, and entire ecosystems. This subtle system of provision is so intricately designed that it cannot be attributed to chance or to the influence of multiple competing deities. The harmony between rainfall, soil composition, seed structure, sunlight, and climate forms a unified process that operates with remarkable precision. Anyone who reflects sincerely and without bias will recognize that such balance and coordination point unmistakably to a single, all-powerful Creator, who provides for His creation with wisdom, mercy, and subtlety. Chapter 42, Ash-Shuraa, verse 19.
And he is the powerful, the exalted in might.
After describing the continuous provision he grants to humanity, Allah, the Exalted, turns people's attention to the test that accompanies these blessings. He reminds them that worldly gifts are not merely for enjoyment, but are entrusted to them so they may use them responsibly and attain peace of mind in both this life and the next. True tranquility arises when a person achieves a balanced mental and physical state, and places every blessing, relationship, and responsibility in its proper place. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 20.
Whoever desires the harvest of the hereafter, we increase for him in his harvest.
The use of the word harvest is deliberate and meaningful. A harvest does not appear without labor. It requires planting, nurturing, patience, and consistent effort. In the same way, success in the hereafter is not achieved through wishful thinking or passive belief. It demands practical action, using the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted in the manner He has prescribed. This includes fulfilling obligations, avoiding what He has prohibited, and applying Islamic teachings to every aspect of life. Only through such conscious and disciplined effort does a person cultivate a harvest that will benefit them in both worlds. He cautions people against allowing worldly ambitions and desires to divert them from the true purpose of life. When a person becomes absorbed in chasing material gain, status, or pleasure, they inevitably begin to misuse the blessings they have been granted. This misuse disrupts their inner equilibrium, leaving them mentally and physically unsettled. As their priorities become distorted, they place people, responsibilities, and blessings in the wrong positions within their life. Even if they manage to acquire certain worldly comforts, they will still experience anxiety, turmoil, and hardship because their foundation is unstable. More seriously, this attitude prevents them from preparing for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Their focus on worldly gain blinds them to the reality of the hereafter, and as a result, the consequences they face in the next life will be far more severe. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 20.
And whoever desires the harvest of this world, we give him thereof, but there is not for him in the hereafter any share.
This verse serves as a stark reminder that those who devote themselves solely to worldly pursuits may receive a portion of what they seek in this life, but they will have nothing awaiting them in the next, because they invested nothing in it. Allah, the Exalted, further cautions people against following anything or anyone in a way that leads them into His disobedience, for doing so inevitably results in the misuse of the blessings they have been entrusted with. Such behavior causes a person to fail the test of life in this world. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 21.
Or have they other deities, who have ordained for them a religion to which Allah has not consented? But if not for the decisive word, it would have been concluded between them.
It is important to recognize that false gods are not limited to carved idols or statues. A person may worship something without ever bowing to it physically. In reality, anything that is obeyed in defiance of Allah, the Exalted, whether it be social media trends, cultural expectations, fashion standards, influential personalities, or even one's own desires, becomes an object of worship. Chapter 9 at Tawbah, verse 31.
They have taken their scholars and monks as lords besides Allah.
The scholars and monks of the people of the book were not worshipped through rituals. Rather, they were followed in matters that contradicted divine guidance. Their authority was placed above the command of Allah, the Exalted, and this misplaced obedience was counted as a form of worship. The same principle is mentioned regarding the devil. Chapter 36 Yasin, verse 60.
Did I not enjoin upon you, O children of Adam, that you not worship Satan, for indeed he is to you a clear enemy?
Most people do not consciously worship Satan, yet they are described as doing so because they obey him when he calls them toward disobedience. This demonstrates that worship is not merely an act of prostration, it is the act of giving one's loyalty, obedience, and submission to something other than Allah, the Exalted. For this reason, it is essential to avoid obeying any influence that leads one away from divine guidance. A person who repeatedly disobeys Allah, the Exalted, will inevitably become subservient to other forces, whether it be societal pressure, the expectations of others, the pursuit of status, or the demands of employers. Attempting to satisfy multiple and unjust masters leads only to exhaustion and inner turmoil. Just as an employee with several supervisors struggles to meet conflicting expectations, a person who abandons servitude to Allah, the Exalted, becomes overwhelmed by the competing demands of worldly influences. This burden strips them of peace of mind. Over time, such individuals may experience sadness, isolation, and emotional instability. Their attempts to please their worldly masters often fail to bring the fulfillment they hope for, leaving them vulnerable to despair and hopelessness. This reality is evident when observing those who chase fame, wealth, or public approval, such as celebrities, yet remain deeply unsettled despite their outward success. Moreover, yielding to other influences in disobedience to Allah, the Exalted, will offer no benefit in the hereafter. Those entities, whether people, trends, or desires, will not come to their aid when they face divine judgment. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verses 21 to 22.
And indeed, the wrongdoers will have a painful punishment. You will see the wrongdoers fearful of what they have earned, and it will certainly befall them.
To protect themselves from such a destructive outcome, a person must turn away from obeying anything that draws them into the disobedience of Allah, the Exalted. Instead, they must devote themselves to obeying Him alone by using the blessings they have been granted in the manner prescribed by Islamic teachings. When a person aligns their actions with divine guidance, they cultivate a balanced mental and physical state, placing every blessing, responsibility, and relationship in its rightful position. Through this alignment, they attain genuine peace of mind in both this world and the next. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verses 22 to 23.
And those who have believed and done righteous deeds will be in lush regions of the gardens in paradise, having whatever they will in the presence of their Lord. That is what is the great bounty. It is that of which Allah gives good tidings to His servants who believe and do righteous deeds.
The repeated pairing of belief with righteous action as the path to success in both worlds highlights a fundamental truth: faith must be supported by deeds. Mere words or verbal claims hold little weight in Islam if they are not accompanied by practical obedience. A person who neglects to act upon their belief risks allowing their faith to fade, for faith is not static. It strengthens with effort and weakens with neglect. Faith can be compared to a fragile flame that must be continually nourished. Just as a fire dwindles and eventually dies when it is not supplied with fuel, faith diminishes when it is not reinforced through consistent acts of obedience, by correctly using the blessings one has been granted as outlined in Islamic teachings. When a person fails to nurture their spiritual state, they endanger the very light that illuminates their path. Losing this inner light is the most severe loss a person can experience, for it deprives them of guidance in this world and salvation in the next. Allah, the Exalted, reminds people that just like all the holy prophets, peace be upon them, who came before him, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, never sought any form of payment or worldly compensation for conveying divine guidance. His mission was purely for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, and for the benefit of humanity. This reality further exposes the unreasonable stubbornness of the non-Muslims of Mecca, who had no legitimate grounds to reject or oppose Islam. Accepting the message would have brought them blessings in both this world and the next, while the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, asked for nothing in return. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 23.
Say, I do not ask you for this message any payment but only goodwill through kinship.
The non-Muslims of Mecca were deeply tribal in their identity, placing immense value on family ties and clan loyalty. Because of this, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was instructed to appeal to them on the basis of their kinship with him. This appeal was not a request for material gain, but a call for fairness, goodwill, and the preservation of peaceful relations, even if they chose not to accept Islam. By reminding them of their shared lineage, he sought to prevent hostility and unnecessary conflict, encouraging them instead to reflect sincerely on the message he brought. Allah, the Exalted, continues to call people toward the path that leads to true success, reminding them that choosing righteousness brings benefit in both this life and the next. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 23.
And whoever commits a good deed, we will increase for him good therein.
This verse highlights that when a person uses the blessings they have been granted in the manner prescribed by Islamic teachings, they cultivate a balanced inner and outer life. Their mind and body become stable, their priorities fall into their proper places, and they prepare themselves adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Such alignment naturally produces peace of mind in both worlds, for they live with clarity, purpose, and spiritual grounding. Allah, the Exalted, then reassures humanity that He does not demand flawlessness. Perfection is not the standard He sets for His servants. What He expects is sincerity, consistent effort to use His blessings correctly, to obey Him to the best of one's ability, and to return to Him whenever a mistake is made. The true danger is not in committing a sin, but in persisting in it without regret or repentance. A heart that refuses to turn back becomes hardened, whereas a heart that repents remains alive and connected to its Lord. When a person adopts a life of sincere striving, obeying Allah, the Exalted, as much as they can and seeking forgiveness when they fall short, Allah promises mercy, pardon, and inner calm. Such individuals experience tranquility in this world and carry hope for salvation in the next, because their lives are marked by humility, awareness, and a continual return to Allah. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 23.
Indeed, Allah is forgiving.
In contrast to worldly standards, where people are judged almost entirely by the outcomes they produce, Allah, the Exalted, evaluates and honors the effort a person makes, even when their actions do not lead to visible success. Human beings often overlook sincere attempts that fall short of results, but Allah, the Exalted, never does. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 23.
And appreciative.
This divine appreciation is granted to anyone who carries a sincere intention to please Allah, the Exalted, and supports that intention with genuine effort to obey Him. When a person strives in this way, they cultivate peace of mind in both worlds. This tranquility is not dependent on outward achievement, but on inward sincerity and effort. Even if a person's actions do not produce tangible results, their striving is still recorded and rewarded. For example, someone who sets out to complete a charitable project with pure intentions and works diligently toward it will receive reward from Allah, the Exalted, even if circumstances prevent the project from being completed. The value lies in the struggle, not merely in the outcome. Chapter 53 and name, verse 39.
And that there is not for the human except that good for which he strives.
This verse reinforces a profound truth. In the sight of Allah, the Exalted, effort is never wasted. Every sincere attempt, every moment of struggle, and every step taken toward obedience is counted, appreciated, and rewarded, whether or not the world recognizes it. Because sincerely striving to obey Allah, the Exalted, often conflicts with a person's worldly desires and ambitions, many people choose to reject, ignore, or actively oppose Islamic teachings. This attitude mirrors the behavior of the non-Muslims of Mecca, who resisted the truth despite having no valid reason to do so. As previously discussed, their leaders employed various tactics to prevent others from embracing Islam, driven by fear of losing their authority, influence, and social standing. One of their most prominent accusations was the claim that the Holy Quran had been fabricated by the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 24.
Or do they say he has invented about Allah a lie?
This accusation was irrational on multiple levels. The non-Muslims of Mecca were masters of the Arabic language, yet they recognized that the style, depth, and power of the Holy Quran were far beyond human capability. Furthermore, they had lived alongside the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, for 40 years before his prophethood. They knew his character intimately, and were fully aware that he had never lied, deceived, or sought personal gain. Chapter 10, Yunus, verse 16.
For I had remained among you a lifetime before it. Then will you not reason?
In addition, it was well known among both the people of the book and the non-Muslims of Mecca that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, had no contact with previous scriptures. He could neither read nor write, and he had never studied the teachings of earlier prophets. Therefore, he could not have reproduced, modified, or borrowed from earlier revelations. Chapter 29, Al-Ankabut, verse 48.
And you did not recite before it any scripture, nor did you inscribe one with your right hand. then, i.e., otherwise the falsifiers would have had cause for doubt.
Despite their hostility and unworthiness, the non-Muslims of Mecca were still granted the honor of receiving the final divine revelation through the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Allah, the Exalted, could easily have severed their connection to guidance by withdrawing revelation from the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 24.
But if Allah willed, He could seal over your heart.
This verse highlights both the compassion of Allah, the Exalted, in granting them continued access to guidance, and the complete emptiness of their accusations. Their refusal to accept the truth did not stem from any deficiency in the message, or in the character of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Rather, it arose from their own inner corruption, pride, fear of losing influence, and deep attachment to worldly authority. These hidden motives were unveiled by divine revelation, exposing the real reasons behind their hostility. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 24.
And Allah eliminates falsehood, and establishes the truth and justice by His words. Indeed, He is knowing of that within the breasts.
Regardless of how sophisticated a civilization becomes, or how extensively it advances in fields of knowledge, whether related to the human mind, the human body, or social behavior, it remains beyond human capability to devise a comprehensive system of conduct that perfectly corresponds to human nature, and effectively addresses every circumstance people and societies will face throughout their existence on Earth. Such an undertaking is inherently impossible, because human understanding is partial and constantly developing. Even in the present age, people are still discovering new details about isolated aspects of human life, such as the roles of specific regions of the brain, which highlights how far humanity is from possessing the complete insight required to establish a flawless framework for personal and societal harmony. The fundamental reason for this failure lies in the limitations of human knowledge. It is restricted by time, shaped by experience, and influenced by personal and collective biases. Human-made systems are often reactive rather than preventative, addressing problems only after they arise. In contrast, Allah the Exalted alone possesses absolute and unrestricted knowledge. As the creator of all that exists, His knowledge encompasses every reality of the past, present, and future without omission. For this reason, He alone is truly qualified to provide a universal standard that distinguishes truth from falsehood, benefit from harm, and guides people toward lasting inner peace rather than a life dominated by uncertainty and distress. Historical experience clearly supports this truth. Whenever divine guidance was sincerely adopted by individuals and properly implemented within society, it resulted in the establishment of justice, social stability, and widespread tranquility. Communities that lived according to this guidance were safeguarded from oppression and imbalance, while fairness, compassion, and order became firmly rooted. These outcomes were not coincidental, but were the natural consequence of following principles founded upon perfect wisdom and complete foresight. For this reason, individuals must willingly accept and act upon the divine code of conduct that has been granted to them, recognizing that it serves their best interests, even when certain instructions conflict with personal desires or comfort. In doing so, they should adopt the mindset of a prudent patient who follows the guidance of a skilled physician, fully trusting that the prescribed treatment is intended for healing and long-term well-being, despite the bitterness of the medicine or the difficulty of the regimen. In the same way that such discipline restores physical health, commitment to divine guidance restores balance, clarity, and peace of mind in a person's life. Although Allah, the Exalted, is fully aware of every intention, word, and action of His creation, He does not seize people immediately for their sins. Instead, He grants them repeated opportunities to turn back, correct their course, and seek His mercy. This divine patience reflects His generosity and compassion. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 25.
And it is He who accepts repentance from His servants and pardons misdeeds, and He knows what you do.
Genuine repentance is far more than spoken words. It is a profound inner turning that reshapes a person's heart and behavior. It begins with sincere regret, a clear and honest awareness that one has acted in a way that displeases Allah, the Exalted. This heartfelt remorse must then be followed by seeking His forgiveness, as well as the forgiveness of anyone who has been wronged, provided that approaching them does not create further harm or conflict. True repentance also requires a firm resolve to abandon the sin entirely, and to guard oneself from falling into anything similar in the future. Alongside this inward transformation, a person must address any rights they have violated. This includes fulfilling neglected duties owed to Allah, the Exalted, and restoring the rights of people, whether by returning what was taken, compensating for harm, or completing obligations that were previously ignored. Repentance is completed by returning to consistent obedience, using the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, in the way He has instructed through Islamic teachings. When remorse, restitution, and renewed effort come together, a person re-enters the path of guidance and draws nearer to the mercy and forgiveness of their Lord, thereby obtaining peace of mind in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 26.
And He answers those who have believed and done righteous deeds and increases for them from His bounty.
But those who fail to take advantage of the respite they have been granted by persisting on the disobedience of Allah, the Exalted, through misusing the blessings He has granted them, should not be fooled into believing that as they have not been punished yet, or as they have not recognized the punishment, it means they will not be punished at all. In this world, their attitude will prevent them from achieving a balanced mental and physical state, and it will cause them to misplace everything and everyone within their life. As a result, everything within their life, such as their family, friends, career, and wealth, will become a source of stress for them. If they persist on disobeying Allah, the Exalted, then they will blame the wrong things and people within their lives, such as their spouse, for their stress. When they cut these good people out of their lives, it will only increase them in mental disorders until they plunge into depression, substance addiction, and even suicidal tendencies. This outcome is quite obvious when one observes those who persist on misusing the blessings they have been granted, such as the rich and famous, even if they enjoy worldly luxuries. And as their attitude prevented them from preparing for their accountability on Judgment Day, their punishment in the hereafter will be far worse. In fact, a person who claims to believe in Allah, the Exalted, yet neglects to support that belief with righteous deeds, places their faith in great danger. Without action, belief weakens, and if left unattended, it may eventually be lost altogether. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 26.
But the disbelievers will have a severe punishment.
Faith must be understood as something living, more like a plant than a static possession. Just as a plant requires sunlight, water, and care to grow, faith requires acts of obedience to remain strong and vibrant. When a plant is deprived of nourishment, it withers and dies. In the same way, a person's faith can fade if it is not sustained through worship, remembrance, and righteous conduct. Losing this inner light is the greatest loss a human being can experience, for it deprives them of guidance in this world, and salvation in the next. After affirming that He responds to the obedience of His servants, including their supplications, Allah, the Exalted, reminds humanity that His response is always governed by His perfect knowledge and wisdom. He does not grant according to people's desires, for fulfilling every request exactly as they wish would often lead them into harm, corruption, and imbalance in both worlds. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 27.
And if Allah had extended provision for His servants, they would have committed tyranny throughout the earth. But He sends it down in an amount which He wills.
This verse teaches that divine choice is a mercy. What people imagine to be beneficial may, in reality, lead them to arrogance, injustice, or spiritual ruin. Conversely, what they perceive as deprivation may be the very thing that protects their faith and preserves their well-being. Chapter 2, Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
And chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 27.
Indeed He is of His servants, acquainted and seeing.
Therefore, a person must recognize that peace of mind in both worlds is not tied to the quantity of worldly possessions they hold. True tranquility does not arise from abundance or scarcity, but from how one uses the blessings they have been given. Whether a person possesses much or little, their success depends on employing those blessings in accordance with Islamic teachings, placing every responsibility, relationship, and resource in its proper place, and maintaining a balanced mental and physical state. When blessings are used correctly, even limited provision becomes a source of serenity. When they are misused, even great wealth becomes a cause of anxiety and unrest. Thus, the one who aligns their use of worldly gifts with the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, will find peace in this life and lasting reward in the next. Allah, the Exalted, then presents a striking illustration of how He distributes provision with precision and purpose. He draws attention to rain, the foundation of life on earth, as an example of His selective and perfectly measured generosity. Rain does not fall by chance, nor does it descend in reckless abundance. It arrives exactly when and where He wills. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 28.
And it is He who sends down the rain after they had despaired and spreads His mercy.
Reflecting on the water cycle, reveals a system so precise and interdependent that it cannot be attributed to coincidence. Water evaporates from the oceans, rises into the atmosphere, and condenses into clouds. The resulting rain is naturally acidic, yet when it falls upon mountains, the minerals within the rocks neutralize it, ensuring that the water becomes safe and beneficial for human, animal, and plant life. If this delicate process were altered even slightly, the consequences would be devastating. Crops would fail, ecosystems would collapse, and life on Earth would be threatened. The oceans themselves testify to divine design. Their salt content prevents the decay of countless dead organisms from corrupting the water. Without this natural purification, the seas would become toxic, making marine life impossible and spreading disease and corruption to the land. Moreover, the composition of seawater is perfectly balanced. It allows marine creatures to thrive within it while enabling massive ships to float upon its surface. If the density or chemical structure of water were even marginally different, either sea life would flourish but ships would sink, or ships would float but marine life would perish. Both realities cannot coexist unless the water is exactly as Allah, the Exalted, created it. Even in the modern age, with all its technological advancements, sea transport remains the primary method for moving goods across the world. This continued dependence on the oceans highlights how essential this perfect balance is for human civilization. Rain itself is also precisely regulated. Too little rain brings drought, famine, and widespread suffering. Too much rain causes destructive floods, landslides, and loss of life. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 28.
And He is the protector, the praiseworthy.
Only a finely tuned system, one that no human being could design or control, allows life on Earth to flourish. Every stage of the water cycle, every cloud formation, and every drop of rain reflects the meticulous planning of Allah, the Exalted, who sustains His creation with wisdom, mercy, and flawless precision. Chapter 23 Al-Mu'minin, verse 18.
And we have sent down rain from the sky in a measured amount and settled it in the earth. And indeed, we are able to take it away.
After mentioning certain aspects of how provision is granted, Allah, the Exalted, calls people to broaden their reflection and consider the entirety of creation. He draws attention to the universe itself as a sign of truth. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 29.
And of His signs is the creation of the heavens and earth.
When a person carefully observes the formation of the heavens and the earth, and the countless systems operating within them with flawless precision, it becomes evident that they originate from a single creator who continues to sustain them. One clear example of this precision is the exact distance between the sun and the earth. Had the sun been positioned even slightly closer or farther away, life on earth would not be possible. In the same way, the earth has been fashioned with an atmosphere that is perfectly balanced and purified, allowing life to flourish and be maintained. Even when constructing a simple building, careful planning is required. Support structures, such as pillars, must be positioned correctly to ensure stability and safety. This process demands thought, precision, and intention. If such care is essential for a basic structure, how can one reasonably assume that the vast and intricate universe came into existence by mere chance? Had the heavens and the earth arisen randomly, imperfections and instability would be inevitable. Yet the opposite is observed, which clearly points to deliberate design and precise planning by the Creator, Allah the Exalted. Chapter 13 Ar-Ra'd, verse 2.
It is Allah who erected the heavens without pillars that you can see.
The movement of the sun ensures that the earth receives a carefully regulated balance of light and darkness. The alternation of day and night, along with their changing lengths throughout the year, allows people to benefit fully from both. If daylight were prolonged, exhaustion would overwhelm people due to excessive activity. If nighttime were extended, individuals would lack sufficient opportunity to earn a living, seek knowledge, or carry out essential responsibilities. Likewise, if nights were shortened, the human body would be deprived of adequate rest, leading to physical and mental harm. Changes in the duration of day and night would also disrupt agriculture, causing serious harm to both people and animals. The fact that these systems operate together in flawless harmony clearly indicates the oneness of Allah, the Exalted. If there were multiple gods, conflicting wills would inevitably result in disorder and collapse within the universe. Chapter 21 Al-Anbiya, verse 22.
Had there been within them, i.e., the heavens and earth gods besides Allah, they both would have been ruined.
The moon serves as another sign, reflecting sunlight to illuminate the night. This has long assisted people in navigation, especially across deserts and oceans, routes that remain central to global trade even today. The phases of the moon play a vital role in regulating ocean tides, and any disturbance in this system would lead to severe environmental consequences. Together, the sun and moon enable precise measurement of time, an essential requirement for organizing life on Earth. The careful placement and balance of these celestial bodies within the solar system unmistakably point to the existence of a deliberate and powerful creator. The Earth itself has been formed with remarkable balance. Its surface allows people to cultivate crops while also constructing homes and infrastructure. When observing the planet's landscapes, one finds a range of elevations. Extremely high altitudes are difficult to inhabit due to thin oxygen levels and limited accessibility. Yet most of the Earth's land exists at elevations that are suitable for human settlement. Although certain regions remain naturally inaccessible, the majority of the planet has been shaped in a way that enables people to travel, settle, and benefit from its resources. Furthermore, the Earth contains essential natural resources in a manner that makes them reachable to humanity. Notably, the more vital a resource is for survival, the easier it is to access. These features, along with countless others, cannot be attributed to randomness and clearly affirm the presence of a creator. The winds also form an essential part of this finely tuned system. They enable pollination, allowing crops, plants, and trees to reproduce. In earlier times, winds were crucial for maritime travel, and even today, sea transport remains the primary means of moving goods across the world. Winds also carry rain clouds to designated areas, providing water without which life cannot continue. A precise balance is evident in this system, as both the absence of wind and excessive winds result in widespread harm and disruption. This careful moderation further reflects the wisdom and control of Allah, the Exalted, over all creation. Every species has been assigned a defined lifespan, which plays a vital role in maintaining balance within the natural world and preventing any single species from overpowering others. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 29.
And what he has dispersed throughout them of creatures.
For instance, flies live for only a short period, typically around 3 to 4 weeks, yet they are capable of laying hundreds of eggs during that time. If their lifespan were extended, their population would increase at an uncontrollable rate, eventually overwhelming other forms of life. In contrast, many creatures that live for long periods produce very few offspring. This natural limitation ensures that their numbers remain regulated. Such precise population control cannot be dismissed as coincidence, nor can it be adequately accounted for by evolutionary processes alone. Although evolution is described as a process driven by mutation, mutation by nature is flawed and inconsistent. Yet when one examines the vast variety of living creatures, it becomes apparent that they are perfectly suited to the environments in which they exist. Each species displays features that allow it to survive, function, and thrive within its surroundings. A clear example of this is the camel, which has been fashioned to endure extreme heat and survive for long durations without water. Every aspect of its physical design serves desert life perfectly. Chapter 88 Al-Ghashiyah, verse 17.
Then do they not look at the camels, how they are created?
Similarly, the goat has been created with a remarkable internal system, in which harmful impurities are completely separated from the milk it produces. If these substances were to mix, the milk would become unsafe for consumption. This flawless separation highlights an advanced level of design and precision that cannot be attributed to chance. Such examples further demonstrate that the creation of living beings reflects intentional balance, wisdom, and control, all of which point clearly to the power and knowledge of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 16 and Al, verse 66.
And indeed for you in grazing livestock is a lesson. We give you drink from what is in their bellies, between excretion and blood, pure milk palatable to drinkers.
A person who sincerely reflects on the intricate systems that govern the natural world, their precision, harmony, and interdependence, cannot reasonably deny the existence of a single, all-powerful creator. Every balanced process, every finely tuned mechanism, and every aspect of creation points to a being who possesses absolute knowledge and control. The same Lord who brought all creatures into existence from nothing and spread them across the earth is certainly capable of bringing them back to life after death. If he created them once without any precedent, then resurrecting them from dust and scattered bones is even easier. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 29.
And he, for gathering them when he wills, is competent.
Allah, the Exalted, then calls people to prepare for their ultimate accountability on the Day of Judgment by reflecting on the consequences they already experience in this world. He reminds them that worldly events are not random, they often reflect the outcomes of their own choices. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 30.
And whatever strikes you of disaster, it is for what your hands have earned.
This verse teaches that when people witness the effects of their actions in this life, even if the connection is not always immediately obvious, it should alert them to the certainty of facing the full consequences of their deeds in the hereafter. The patterns of cause and effect in this world serve as a small preview of the far more comprehensive accountability that awaits on Judgment Day. In this life, a person who continually disobeys Allah, the Exalted, by misusing the blessings they have been granted, disrupts their own inner balance. Their mental and physical state becomes unsettled, and they begin to place people, responsibilities, and priorities in the wrong positions within their life. As this imbalance grows, the very things that should bring comfort, family, friendships, work, and wealth, become sources of strain and dissatisfaction. If such a person persists in disobedience, they often begin to misidentify the cause of their distress. Instead of recognizing that their turmoil stems from misusing Allah's blessings, they may blame innocent people around them, such as their spouse or close relatives. When they distance themselves from these supportive individuals, their instability deepens. Over time, this can lead to emotional exhaustion, isolation, and harmful coping behaviors, as they struggle to find peace in the wrong places. This pattern is visible in many who misuse their blessings, including those who appear outwardly successful, such as the wealthy or well-known, yet remain internally unsettled despite their material comforts. Because this attitude prevents them from preparing for their accountability on the Day of Judgment, their situation in the hereafter will be far more severe. The worldly consequences they experienced were only a small indication of the greater reckoning to come. Yet despite this undeniable reality, Allah, the Exalted, continues to grant people time and space in this world. He does not immediately hold them to account for every wrong they commit. Instead, He gives them respite, an opportunity to reflect, repent, and reform before their final reckoning. This delay in punishment is not neglect, it is mercy. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 30.
But He pardons much.
This brief statement carries immense meaning. It reminds humanity that countless faults, errors, and lapses are overlooked by Allah, the Exalted, every single day. Were He to seize people instantly for every misstep, no one would remain standing. His pardoning nature allows individuals the chance to correct their course, return to Him with sincerity, and rebuild their lives upon obedience so that they achieve peace of mind in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Allah, the Exalted, calls upon people to recognize a fundamental truth, No one can escape his authority, outrun his decree, or undermine his will. Human strength, wealth, and influence do not place anyone beyond his reach. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 31.
And you will not cause failure to Allah upon the earth.
This truth becomes clear to anyone who reflects on the rise and fall of nations, the lessons of history, and even the lives of individuals around them. Many who were granted abundant worldly blessings, wealth, status, fame, or influence, misused these blessings and drifted far from the guidance of Allah, the Exalted. As a result, their inner state became unstable. Their thoughts, emotions, and priorities fell into disorder, and they began to misplace everything and everyone within their lives. Family relationships deteriorated, friendships became strained, careers became burdensome, and wealth became a source of anxiety rather than comfort. Despite possessing what many people desire, these individuals found no lasting peace, fulfillment, or direction. Their worldly achievements could not shield them from inner turmoil, nor could they provide salvation in this world or the next. Their lives serve as a reminder that no amount of material success can replace the guidance, protection, and stability that come from obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 31.
And you have not besides Allah any protector or helper.
This declaration makes clear that true security, support, and peace can only be found with Allah, the Exalted. Everything else is temporary, fragile, and incapable of providing the protection that every human being ultimately needs. After emphasizing the necessity of obeying Him for the benefit of the human being, not for his own sake, Allah, the Exalted, turns attention once again to the signs within creation that demonstrate His absolute power and authority. He draws the human gaze to a familiar yet extraordinary sight. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 32.
And of His signs are the ships in the sea, like mountains.
This verse invites reflection on the remarkable balance Allah, the Exalted, has placed within the oceans. As previously mentioned, the water of the seas has been created with a composition that allows two seemingly contradictory realities to coexist. Marine life thrives within it, while massive ships, towering like mountains, float upon its surface. If the density, salinity, or chemical structure of water were altered even slightly, this balance would collapse. Either the oceans would support sea life but sink ships, or they would allow ships to float but render marine life impossible. Both realities cannot coexist unless the water is precisely as Allah, the Exalted, designed it. Even in the modern age, with advanced technology and global infrastructure, sea transport remains the primary method for moving goods across the world. Human civilization still depends on this divinely balanced system, demonstrating how essential it is to life on earth. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 33.
If He willed, He could still the wind, and they would remain motionless on its surface.
This verse reminds humanity that the movement of ships, especially in earlier times, depended entirely on the winds Allah, the Exalted, sends across the seas. Without wind, ships would remain stranded, unable to move even an inch. And even today, despite engines and modern navigation, drastic changes in wind patterns can disrupt global shipping routes, delay transport, and cause significant harm to trade and travel. The winds, like the oceans, operate under a delicate balance. Any major alteration would have far-reaching consequences for human life, commerce, and the natural world. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verses 33 to 34.
Indeed, in that are signs for everyone patient and grateful. Or He could destroy them, the ships, for what they, the people, earned.
The one who recognizes that Allah, the Exalted, governs every aspect of creation with flawless precision, including the winds that move the great ships across the seas, develops a deep sense of gratitude toward Him. This gratitude is expressed not merely in words, but in action, by using the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted in the manner prescribed by Islamic teachings. Such a person also cultivates patience during times of hardship. They refrain from verbal or practical complaints, knowing that the same Lord who perfectly arranges the workings of the universe has also arranged the events of their life in the most fitting and beneficial way. Just as the cosmos operates according to divine wisdom, so too does every circumstance they encounter. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 33.
Indeed, in that are signs for everyone patient and grateful.
Although Allah, the Exalted, possesses the absolute power to hold people to account the moment they sin, He does not do so. Instead, He grants them time to reflect, to repent, and to reform their conduct before the final reckoning. This delay is a manifestation of His mercy, not a sign of neglect. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 34.
Or He could destroy them, the ships, for what they, the people, earned, but He pardons much.
Allah, the Exalted, overlooks countless faults, giving people the opportunity to return to Him before their actions lead to irreversible consequences. However, Allah, the Exalted, also warns that this respite is not endless. A person must take advantage of it while it remains available. If someone continues to ignore the unmistakable signs within creation, signs that point to the necessity of obeying Allah, the Exalted, they will inevitably misuse the blessings they have been given. When blessings are misused, a person's inner state becomes unsettled. Their mental and physical balance deteriorates, and they begin to place people, responsibilities, and priorities in the wrong positions within their life. This inner disorder leads to stress, confusion, and ongoing difficulties, even if the person enjoys certain worldly comforts. Their relationships strain, their ambitions become burdensome, and their possessions fail to bring them peace. Because they refuse to reflect on the signs of Allah, the Exalted, and neglected to prepare for their accountability, their situation in the hereafter will be far more severe. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 35.
And that is so those who dispute concerning our signs may know that for them there is no place of escape.
Allah, the Exalted, then cautions people not to allow their worldly ambitions and desires to distract them from obeying Him. The blessings He grants, whether wealth, status, relationships, or opportunities, must be used in accordance with Islamic teachings, not according to personal whims. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 36.
So whatever thing you have been given, it is but for enjoyment of the worldly life.
It is essential to recognize that worldly blessings only hold real value when a person possesses inner tranquility. Without peace of mind, even the most desirable things, fame, wealth, authority, family, friendships, and career success, become sources of pressure rather than comfort. This reality is evident when observing those who appear outwardly successful, yet struggle internally, despite having access to every worldly luxury. Their experiences demonstrate that material abundance cannot compensate for a lack of inner balance. True peace of mind arises only when a person achieves harmony between their mental and physical states, and places every aspect of their life in its proper position. Human knowledge, despite extensive research and growing understanding of psychology and well-being, remains limited. Society cannot provide solutions for every challenge a person may face, nor can it shield them from all forms of stress. Human advice is shaped by limited experience, restricted foresight, and personal biases. It cannot guarantee that a person will correctly organize their priorities, relationships, and responsibilities. Allah, the Exalted, alone possesses complete knowledge of the human condition, its needs, vulnerabilities, and pathways to stability. He has conveyed this knowledge to humanity through the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. These teachings offer guidance that is comprehensive, timeless, and free from human limitations. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 36.
But what is with Allah is better and more lasting for those who have believed and upon their Lord rely.
Therefore, a person must embrace and act upon Islamic teachings for their own well-being, even when these teachings challenge their desires. They should resemble a wise patient who follows the advice of a skilled doctor, accepting bitter medicine and strict dietary restrictions because they trust the treatment will restore their health. Just as this patient ultimately achieves physical and mental well-being, the one who follows divine guidance, trusting that Allah the Exalted knows what is best for them, will attain peace of mind in both this world and the next. After calling people to believe in Him and place their trust in His guidance, Allah the Exalted clarifies that true faith is not fulfilled by words alone. Genuine belief must be accompanied by righteous conduct and a conscious effort to avoid what He has prohibited. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 37.
And those who avoid the major sins.
Islamic teachings distinguish between minor and major sins, and scholars throughout history have offered various definitions to help people recognize the difference. One practical classification is that any sin for which Islamic law prescribes a legal punishment is considered a major sin. Another classification is that any sin associated in the Holy Quran or the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, with hellfire, the anger of Allah the Exalted or his curse, is also deemed major. For example, backbiting is categorized as a major sin because it is condemned in the Holy Quran. Chapter 104 Al-Humazah, verse 1.
Woe to every backbiter, slanderer.
Some people mistakenly believe that there are only 7 major sins, based on a well-known hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 2766. While these 7 are indeed major sins, this does not mean they are the only ones. Other authentic narrations identify additional major sins, such as disobeying one's parents, mentioned in Sahih Bukhari, number 6273. The 7 major sins listed in the earlier hadith include associating partners with Allah the Exalted, practicing magic, killing an innocent person, engaging in financial interest, consuming the wealth of orphans, fleeing from the battlefield, and falsely accusing a chaste woman of fornication. It is also important to understand that minor sins can become major if a person persists in them without remorse. Repetition, carelessness, and a lack of concern for Allah's boundaries elevate even small acts of disobedience into serious offenses. Major sins require sincere repentance for forgiveness, whereas minor sins may be erased through avoiding major sins and performing righteous deeds. Chapter 4 An-Nisa, verse 31.
If you avoid the major sins which you are forbidden, we will remove from you your lesser sins.
Sincere repentance requires a person to feel genuine remorse for their wrongdoing and to seek the forgiveness of Allah, the Exalted, as well as the forgiveness of anyone they have harmed, provided that doing so does not create further harm or conflict. True repentance also involves making a heartfelt commitment to avoid repeating the same sin or anything similar in the future. In addition, a person must restore any rights they have violated, whether those rights belong to Allah, the Exalted, or to other people. Repentance is not complete unless it is followed by consistent obedience. A person must continue to use the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted them in the correct manner, as outlined in Islamic teachings. Through this ongoing effort, repentance becomes a transformative process that reshapes one's character, priorities, and relationship with Allah, the Exalted. Every person should strive to avoid all sins, regardless of their size. One of the subtle strategies of the devil is to make minor sins seem insignificant, encouraging people to dismiss them as harmless. Yet one should remember that mountains are formed from countless small stones. In the same way, a collection of seemingly minor sins can accumulate and weigh heavily on a person's spiritual state. After cautioning people against grave sins, Allah, the Exalted, draws particular attention to one destructive category that causes deep harm to both individuals and society as a whole. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 37.
And those who avoid the major sins and immoralities.
The term immoralities has commonly been understood to include all forms of sexual misconduct, especially fornication and adultery. Before exploring the practical steps that protect a person from falling into unlawful relationships, it is essential to understand the underlying wisdom behind their prohibition. Allah, the Exalted, encourages the institution of marriage while prohibiting unlawful relationships. When a pair lacks the profound mutual devotion inherent in a marital union, any significant challenges encountered tend to exacerbate emotional distress, as the parties often fail to provide the necessary support for one another. Engaging in a succession of multiple relationships throughout an individual's life is argued to have a demonstrably detrimental impact on psychological well-being. Consequently, individuals who separate from partners frequently require professional counseling and may experience a higher prevalence of mental health disorders, such as depression, compared to those who avoid such dynamics. Furthermore, individuals known within society for maintaining multiple partners often encounter difficulty in securing a suitable spouse capable of fulfilling their rights. This is attributed to the premise that a history of numerous partners may foster a perceived lack of character or a loose disposition, which individuals seeking serious commitments, such as marriage, find undesirable. Such a reputation ultimately intensifies the emotional burden on the individual in question. In casual arrangements, it is common for the parties involved to lack alignment in their intentions. Frequently, one individual invests more deeply in the relationship, harboring desires for long-term stability, while the other does not share a similar vision for the future. When these disparate attitudes eventually emerge, they often result in enduring emotional trauma for the party who sought a more serious commitment. Conversely, a married couple is aligned from the inception of their union regarding their long-term dedication to one another. Spouses remain devoted through both planned and unforeseen circumstances, such as the arrival of children, a level of commitment seldom observed in non-marital pairings. Engaging in premarital relationships can also create a false sense of familiarity. Individuals may believe they fully understand their partner, yet after marriage, they frequently report that their spouse has changed. In many instances, the individual has not changed. Rather, the shift lies in the introduction of marital responsibilities and pressures. This phenomenon often leads to domestic instability for couples who were romantically involved prior to their nuptials, a trend that persists even if the couple cohabited beforehand. Additionally, it is well documented that conflict within a relationship severely disrupts other facets of an individual's life. For instance, many young students abandon their education due to the psychological inability to encounter a former partner daily. Given that marriage represents a profound connection and a formal commitment between two people, spouses are statistically less likely to dissolve their bond over the minor grievances that frequently lead to the dissolution of casual relationships. Furthermore, it is widely recognized that individuals who seek companionship outside the framework of marriage through dating often experience significant emotional trauma, including heightened stress and despair. The process of dating is frequently described as an emotional roller coaster, wherein an individual repeatedly encounters disappointment. Initial hopes are often dashed after meeting new people who were expected to be suitable partners, whether for a casual relationship or an eventual marriage. During the dating process, individuals often present a curated version of themselves, projecting a persona that is superior to their actual character. This facade causes the expectations of the other party to escalate, only for those hopes to be shattered when the individual's less desirable traits inevitably surface. Undergoing this cycle on a recurring basis has an undeniably negative impact on a person's psychological state. Indeed, a vast number of individuals eventually abandon their pursuit of a suitable partner because they have been subjected to this repetitive and harmful cycle too many times. In contrast, the tendency to misrepresent oneself is less prevalent when an individual searches specifically for a spouse. Because both parties enter the interaction with the understanding that marriage is a serious, lifelong commitment, they are more inclined to prioritize honesty and transparency from the outset, a dynamic that is frequently absent in the conventional dating scene. Additionally, the pervasive pressure exerted by society to secure a partner imposes further psychological strain on individuals. This societal expectation often compels individuals to rush into relationships prematurely, driven by the desire to avoid being perceived as abnormal for remaining single. Such external pressure frequently results in the selection of an incompatible partner, which ultimately culminates in heightened emotional distress. While the pursuit of a spouse certainly carries its own set of pressures, the general consensus regarding marriage as a serious, lifelong commitment often leads society to acknowledge the necessity of a cautious selection process. Consequently, there is often a greater level of understanding and a relative reduction in immediate pressure compared to casual dating. Furthermore, the pursuit of marriage can frequently be deferred until an individual has concluded their formal education, thereby alleviating a degree of mental burden during those formative years. In contrast, the societal expectation to find a partner outside the bond of marriage typically commences during adolescence and persists indefinitely. Therefore, the two paths do not exert the same emotional influence, as the relentless nature of dating culture creates a distinct and often more taxing psychological impact on the individual. Additionally, one must not be deceived by the superficial appearance of an unlawful relationship, assuming it to be harmless to the couple or wider society. Given that human knowledge is limited, and individuals are often short-sighted or governed by their emotions, they may erroneously conclude that relationships outside of marriage are benign. In doing so, they fail to perceive the underlying harm that negatively impacts both themselves and the community. A Muslim involved in an unlawful relationship is often emboldened to take further steps towards sin over time. Because human emotions are difficult to regulate, and certain transgressions, such as fornication, have been normalized within many societies, an unmarried couple may easily succumb to these major sins. This leads to a multitude of societal and personal complications, including unplanned pregnancies, and a general belittling of other significant prohibitions within Islam. Furthermore, even if an individual avoids other major sins within an unlawful relationship, their emotional attachment may cloud their judgment. Consequently, they may proceed to marry their partner without realizing that the individual is unsuitable as a spouse, despite appearing to be a compatible partner initially. As previously noted, the distinct pressures and responsibilities of marriage, such as the fulfillment of the rights of a spouse and children, fundamentally alter the dynamic of the relationship. This shift often leads to marital instability, explaining why couples who were involved prior to marriage frequently accuse one another of changing their behavior post-nikah. Regardless of the duration of a premarital relationship, an individual can never truly understand the character of another as intimately as a married couple does. Hidden negative traits often only manifest after marriage, leading to further domestic challenges. A frequently overlooked reality in illicit relationships is that a person who functions well as a partner is not guaranteed to be an effective spouse or parent, as these roles require vastly different characteristics. Driven by emotional attachment, an individual may overlook the vital importance of selecting a pious spouse. Piety is the essential quality that ensures an individual will fulfill the rights of their family and refrain from causing harm, even in moments of anger. Conversely, an individual lacking piety is unlikely to uphold these rights and may wrong their spouse or children when provoked. Those in casual relationships often disregard this crucial factor, choosing a spouse based on emotion rather than religious character. It is a recognized reality that intense emotions, such as love, can render a person blind and deaf to the flaws of their beloved, a concept warned against in the hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 5130. Furthermore, an individual who adopts an impious character and engages with multiple partners invariably attracts similarly impious individuals into their life. Such people often seek to exploit others solely for the fulfillment of their own desires. Consequently, they fail to respect or fulfill the rights of their partner, even within the bonds of marriage. In moments of conflict, these individuals are prone to employing severe verbal abuse, often utilizing the partner's past immodest behavior as a basis for degrading insults. Even if an apology follows, such verbal assaults leave enduring emotional scars that are often more detrimental to an individual's psychological well-being than physical harm. Moreover, those who attract impious associates due to their own lack of modesty are statistically more susceptible to physical domestic abuse. The moment an individual loses the superficial qualities that initially attracted an impious partner, such as physical beauty, the partner often begins seeking a replacement. This dynamic serves as a primary catalyst for extramarital affairs among the impious, who may view a spouse as a temporary commodity to be discarded or upgraded. The emotional trauma resulting from such dehumanizing treatment is profound. Additionally, if the couple has children, those children may eventually direct verbal abuse toward their parents, particularly the mother, by weaponizing her past immodest conduct during periods of resentment. The emotional damage caused by being disparaged by one's own offspring is exceptionally difficult from which to recover. In contrast, an individual who maintains a modest and upright character attracts virtuous people into their sphere. A spouse of such character is committed to fulfilling their partner's rights. Furthermore, any rare instance of verbal frustration is easily dismissed, as all parties recognize that the insults lack any factual basis. Furthermore, children raised by parents of modest and honorable character are significantly more likely to demonstrate profound respect for both parents, fostering a stable and supportive family environment. Additionally, the unintentional birth of children within such relationships frequently imposes a significant strain on the union, often resulting in the dissolution of the partnership, as the individuals may lack the desire to share the responsibilities of child rearing. This situation inevitably creates a broken home environment for the child, who is subsequently deprived of the combined support and supervision of both parents, a deficit that often leads to systemic difficulties for the family and society. It is an established observation that a significant proportion of youth involved in criminal activity or gangs, as well as those vulnerable to grooming or domestic violence, originate from fractured family structures. Given that the successful upbringing of a child is an arduous task, even when the child is planned and desired, the emotional burden of raising a child who was not intended is considerably more taxing. This psychological strain negatively impacts the child's development and frequently contributes to the social and personal pathologies previously noted. Such stress may eventually compel a single parent to place the child in foster care or for adoption. In many instances, these transitions result in profound and long-term detrimental effects on the child's well-being. These circumstances collectively heighten the risk of the child becoming misguided and facing lifelong challenges. In conclusion, the myriad negative consequences inherent in unlawful relationships are often obscured from those governed by emotion or ignorance, even when such dynamics appear superficially benign. Engaging in these relationships is analogous to consuming a meal that appears delectable, but is, in fact, permeated with hidden poison. Because the danger is concealed, an individual must rely upon the guidance of one who perceives the reality of the situation and trust their counsel to avoid the harm, even when such advice contradicts personal inclinations. As Allah, the Exalted, possesses absolute and encompassing knowledge, specifically regarding the hidden detriments within certain actions and social structures, His guidance must be prioritized and implemented, regardless of one's immediate desires. This approach is comparable to that of a wise patient who adheres to the medical directives of a physician, recognizing that the advice is in their best interest despite the prescription of bitter medication or a restrictive diet. Just as the disciplined patient attains superior physical and mental health, so too will the individual who accepts and implements Islamic teachings. This outcome is guaranteed because only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the requisite knowledge to ensure a human being achieves a perfectly balanced mental and physical state. The collective knowledge of society will invariably fall short of this objective, regardless of extensive research, as human intellect is inherently limited by experience and foresight. Secular advice cannot resolve every potential crisis, nor provide a complete safeguard against all forms of psychological and physical stress. Conversely, Allah, the Exalted, has provided the definitive framework for well-being through the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This reality becomes evident when comparing the lives of those who correctly utilize their blessings according to Islamic principles with those who do not. Allah, the Exalted, has effectively eliminated numerous secondary complications by addressing the primary root cause, the prohibition of unlawful relationships and the promotion of marriage. Through this sacred institution, a couple can sincerely devote themselves to one another and to the welfare of their children. By establishing comprehensive guidelines regarding marriage, divorce, widowhood and childcare within the Holy Quran, Allah, the Exalted, has provided the essential framework for a flourishing society. When family members, whether living together or separated by divorce, consistently fulfill their mutual obligations and cultivate a stable, harmonious environment for their children, a positive ripple effect is generated throughout the community. Conversely, when the family unit is dysfunctional and members fail to uphold each other's rights, a negative ripple effect permeates and destabilizes the broader social fabric. Throughout history, many intellectuals have proposed various solutions to the challenges facing individuals and society. However, because these theories typically target superficial or branch issues, their efficacy remains marginal. In contrast, Allah, the Exalted, by addressing the fundamental root issues that impact both the individual and the collective, has provided ultimate clarity. This divine methodology ensures that humanity can achieve comprehensive success in both this life and the hereafter. Chapter 16 and Nal, verse 89.
And we have sent down to you the book as clarification for all things, and as guidance and mercy.
Ultimately, only those who correctly utilize the intellect they have been granted will comprehend the profound wisdom inherent in the verses of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 242.
Thus does Allah make clear to you His verses that you might use reason.
And chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 37.
And those who avoid the major sins and immoralities.
Allah, the Exalted, has established definitive and pragmatic measures to assist individuals in avoiding such circumstances. When these methodologies are implemented with sincerity, they serve to protect both the religious integrity and the personal dignity of the individual. Furthermore, these divine provisions foster enduring emotional stability and inner tranquility by facilitating a balanced mental and physical state, as well as ensuring that every individual and life responsibility is accorded its proper priority and place. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 30.
Tell the believing men to reduce some of their vision, and guard their private parts. That is purer for them.
And chapter 24 and Nur, verse 31.
And tell the believing women to reduce some of their vision, and guard their private parts.
These verses establish the primary line of defense against temptation. The gaze serves as the gateway to the heart. When left unregulated, it stirs desire, and unchecked desire often progresses towards sinful conduct. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6753, that the adultery of the eyes is the gaze. This profound statement illustrates that transgression does not commence solely with the physical act, but often originates with the eyes, which provide the heart and mind with imagery that ignites unlawful inclinations. Lowering the gaze, therefore, is not merely a means of avoiding physical sin, but a method of safeguarding the heart from corruption. By restraining the eyes, an individual purifies the soul, cultivates inner modesty, and reinforces the shield of self-restraint. This discipline nurtures humility, curbs arrogance, and prevents the imagination from wandering into harmful territory. Moreover, the practice of lowering the gaze serves as a training of the will, teaching a person to prioritize obedience to Allah, the Exalted, over fleeting desires, thereby reinforcing spiritual consciousness. When the eyes are disciplined, the heart remains tranquil, and a pure heart facilitates a stronger and more sincere connection with Allah, the Exalted. Thus, the command to lower the gaze is viewed not as a restriction, but as a protection, preserving dignity, honor, and purity, while ensuring that the individual and society remain shielded from the destructive consequences of unchecked desire. Islamic teachings further emphasize that private interactions between men and women, even when undertaken with seemingly virtuous intentions, can facilitate temptation. For this reason, unnecessary communication, particularly in secluded or private settings, whether in person or through modern digital platforms such as private messaging and social media, is to be avoided. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2165, that no man is alone with a woman except that the devil becomes the third among them. This timeless warning illustrates that seclusion, in any form, creates an environment where desires may be stirred and restraint weakened. Modern technology has expanded the scope of seclusion beyond physical spaces. Private online conversations, though outwardly harmless, can gradually foster emotional attachment, compromise spiritual discipline, and lead to inappropriate intimacy. Casual communication may, over time, erode boundaries and draw individuals into situations that contradict divine guidance. The wisdom behind this teaching is that prevention is more effective than a cure. By avoiding circumstances that may ignite desire, a person preserves their dignity, safeguards their purity, and protects the heart from corruption before sin arises. This proactive approach reflects the mercy of Allah, the Exalted, who guides humanity by prohibiting sin and closing the avenues that lead toward it. In addition, Allah, the Exalted, commands both men and women to adopt modesty, extending beyond attire to encompass overall conduct. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verses 30 to 31.
Tell the believing men to reduce some of their vision, and guard their private parts. That is purer for them. Indeed, Allah is acquainted with what they do. And tell the believing women to reduce some of their vision and guard their private parts and not expose their adornment except that which necessarily appears thereof, and to wrap a portion of their head covers over their chests and not expose their adornment except to their husbands, their fathers, their husbands' fathers, their sons, their husbands' sons, their brothers' sons, their sisters' sons, their women that which their right hands possess, or those male attendants having no physical desire, or children who are not yet aware of the private aspects of women. And let them not stamp their feet to make known what they conceal of their adornment.
Modesty functions as a protective shield that guards individuals from inappropriate attention and prevents the type of attraction that often leads to moral decline. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, described modesty as an integral part of faith, as recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 24. This description elevates modesty from being a mere social virtue to a defining quality of spiritual integrity. When a person adopts modesty, both outwardly in dress and inwardly in conduct, they safeguard their own dignity while also contributing to the preservation of moral purity within society. Modesty restrains arrogance, curbs inappropriate desires, and nurtures humility, thereby fostering an environment characterized by respect and decency. It ensures that social interactions remain wholesome, free from corruption, and conducive to trust. Furthermore, modesty is not limited to appearance alone. It extends to speech, behavior, and even thought. A modest person avoids boastfulness, refrains from indecent or harmful words, and conducts themselves with gentleness and restraint. In this manner, modesty becomes a comprehensive quality that shapes character, protects relationships, and strengthens the moral fabric of the community. Thus, modesty serves as both a personal safeguard and a social necessity. By embodying this virtue, an individual not only protects themselves from harm, but also upholds the collective dignity of society, ensuring that peace, respect, and moral clarity prevail. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, recommended fasting as a practical remedy for individuals who struggle to restrain their carnal desires. This guidance is recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 5066. Fasting serves as a rigorous discipline for the soul, weakening the influence of worldly desires and curbing the impulses that frequently lead to transgression. Through the practice of fasting, an individual cultivates patience, self-restraint, and a heightened awareness of Allah the Exalted. By voluntarily abstaining from lawful pleasures, such as food and drink, the individual strengthens their capacity to resist unlawful temptations. This spiritual training reduces the likelihood of engaging in harmful relationships or immoral behavior, as the heart becomes more attuned to obedience, and the mind becomes more conscious of its accountability before Allah the Exalted. Consequently, fasting is not only an act of worship, but also a protective shield that safeguards a person from the dangers of unchecked desire, guiding them toward purity, stability, and moral fortitude. In addition, as previously discussed, a person should carefully select companions who embody values such as chastity, modesty, and obedience to Allah the Exalted, as such associations strengthen moral resolve and nurture virtue. Righteous companions serve as a vital source of encouragement during moments of weakness, reminding the individual of higher principles and guiding them toward righteous conduct. Conversely, associating with those who normalize immorality gradually erodes spiritual sensitivity. Constant exposure to corrupt behavior desensitizes the heart, causing transgression to appear trivial and virtue to seem burdensome. Over time, such companionship can distance a person from obedience and lead them toward heedlessness and destruction. This reality is explicitly addressed in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4833, which highlights the profound influence of companionship upon both character and destiny. An individual's friends and associates are not neutral influences. They either elevate one's spiritual state by drawing them closer to righteousness or degrade it by pulling them towards sin. Thus, the choice of companions is not a minor matter, but a decisive factor in shaping one's spiritual journey. By surrounding themselves with those who value purity, humility, and devotion, an individual safeguards their faith, strengthens their resolve, and ensures that their path remains aligned with the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted. For those possessing the financial means, marriage is prescribed as a primary method for regulating desire by providing a lawful and dignified outlet. Marriage is regarded not merely as a social arrangement, but as a significant act of worship that fulfills both physical and emotional requirements in a manner pleasing to Allah, the Exalted. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, encouraged timely marriage and cautioned against unnecessary delays, as prolonged singleness may increase the risk of temptation and weaken moral resolve. A successful marriage, however, is not built solely upon physical attraction or fleeting emotion. Its true foundation lies in shared piety, sincerity, and mutual devotion. This principle is emphasized in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 5090, which advises that faith and righteousness should be prioritized above all other considerations when selecting a spouse. When both partners place piety at the center of their union, their relationship is strengthened by sincerity and spiritual dedication. Such a marriage becomes a source of lasting harmony, stability, and protection from transgression. It nurtures companionship rooted in faith, ensures that responsibilities are fulfilled with integrity, and transforms the household into a place of tranquility and blessing. In this manner, marriage serves the needs of the individual while supporting the well-being of society, as stable families form the essential foundation of a just and moral community. Ultimately, one of the most powerful means of controlling desire is the constant remembrance of accountability. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 30.
Tell the believing men to reduce some of their vision and guard their private parts. That is purer for them. Indeed, Allah is acquainted with what they do.
Among the most formidable deterrents against transgression is the persistent awareness that every individual will eventually stand before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, described in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 6806, one of the 7 categories of individuals who will be granted shade by Allah, the Exalted, on a day when no other shade exists. This honor is reserved for those who exercise self-restraint out of profound reverence for him, demonstrating that true strength is manifested in resisting temptation for the sake of divine approval. The constant remembrance of death and accountability serves to diminish the influence of desire and to purify one's intentions. It serves as a reminder that every private thought, every hidden glance, and every concealed action is fully known to Allah, the Exalted, regardless of whether it remains hidden from others. Such awareness instills humility, nurtures sincerity, and strengthens the resolve to avoid sin. This mindfulness transforms daily existence into a deliberate preparation for the hereafter. By reflecting on the inevitability of standing before Allah, the Exalted, an individual learns to weigh every action with care, abandoning fleeting pleasures that result in regret in favor of deeds that secure lasting rewards. Consequently, the remembrance of accountability functions not only as a shield against temptation, but also as a profound source of inner peace and spiritual clarity. As the next part of verse 37 indicates, it is essential to recognize that the divine code of conduct revealed by Allah, the Exalted, throughout history has always been comprehensive. It guides a person in every circumstance they encounter, whether related to worldly affairs or religious duties, and shapes how they should interact with every blessing they experience. Unfortunately, many people mistakenly assume that fulfilling their obligations toward Allah, the Exalted, such as performing the obligatory prayers, frees them from considering the rights of others. This misunderstanding often results in the mistreatment of individuals, which in turn fuels corruption, injustice, and social decay. Islam, however, encompasses both the rights of Allah, the Exalted, and the rights of humanity. A person must therefore strive to uphold both sets of rights, with sincerity and consistency. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 37.
And when they are angry, they forgive.
Those who harm others will face justice on the Day of Judgment, even if they escape accountability in this world. On that day, the oppressor will be required to hand over their good deeds to their victims, and if their good deeds are exhausted, they will be burdened with the sins of those they wronged until justice is fully established. This process may lead the oppressor to eternal punishment, even if they fulfilled their obligations toward Allah, the Exalted. This solemn warning is emphasized in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6579. To avoid such a fate, a person must strive to fulfill both the rights of Allah, the Exalted, and the rights of people. Doing so brings peace of mind, because it enables a person to achieve a balanced mental and physical state, and to place everything and everyone in their proper position within their life. This inner harmony then radiates outward, contributing to justice, stability, and peace within society. Therefore, an aspect of obedience to Allah, the Exalted, also includes controlling one's emotions, such as anger. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 37.
And when they are angry, they forgive.
Islamic teachings contain numerous instructions that encourage a person to restrain their anger. For instance, because anger is closely connected to and stirred by the devil, a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 3282, advises an angered person to seek refuge in Allah the Exalted from the devil. A person who becomes angry is also advised, in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2191, to lower themselves to the ground. This may include prostrating until the anger subsides. The more a person adopts a passive physical posture, the less likely they are to act impulsively. This principle is reinforced in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4782. Acting upon this guidance helps a person contain their anger internally until it passes, preventing harm to others. A further instruction is found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4784, where the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, advised an angered person to perform ablution. Water cools the heat associated with anger, and if the person then engages in prayer, it further calms the heart and brings great reward. These teachings help a person restrain their physical reactions. To control one's speech, the best approach is silence during moments of anger. Words often leave deeper wounds than physical actions, and many relationships have been damaged or destroyed by statements uttered in anger. Such speech can also lead to additional sins and harmful behavior. A hadith found in Sunan Ibn Majah, number 3970, warns that a single evil word may cause a person to fall into severe punishment on Judgment Day. Mastering anger is a noble quality. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, described the one who controls their anger as truly strong, as recorded in Sahih Bukhari, number 6114. Furthermore, a person who suppresses their anger for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, meaning they refrain from sinning because of it, will have their heart filled with tranquility and sincere faith. This is mentioned in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4778. Such a heart resembles the pure heart described in the Holy Quran, the only heart that will be granted safety on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 26 Ash-Shuraa, verses 88 to 89.
The day when there will not benefit anyone wealth or children, but only one who comes to Allah with a pure heart.
Anger, when kept within proper limits, can be beneficial. It should be used to repel harm from oneself, faith and possessions. When expressed correctly and within Islamic boundaries, this becomes anger for the sake of Allah, the Exalted. This was the state of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, who never became angry for personal reasons. His anger was only for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, as confirmed in Sahih Muslim, number 6050. His character was the Holy Quran itself, as stated in Sahih Muslim, number 1739, meaning he approved of what it approved of and disapproved of what it disapproved of. Additionally, disliking for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, is part of perfecting one's faith, as advised in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4681. Since the root of hatred is anger, it becomes clear that Islam does not command a person to eliminate anger entirely, an impossible task, but rather to regulate it within the limits set by Allah, the Exalted. It must also be understood that even anger for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, becomes blameworthy if it causes a person to exceed the limits. A hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4901, warns of a worshipper who angrily declared that Allah the Exalted would not forgive a particular sinner. Because of this statement, the worshipper will be punished while the sinner will be forgiven on Judgment Day. This demonstrates the danger of allowing anger, even righteous anger, to push a person beyond the boundaries of justice and humility. The roots of evil stem from four sources: uncontrolled desire, fear, corrupt appetites, and anger. Therefore, the one who follows the guidance of these teachings removes a quarter of evil from their character and life. In conclusion, it is essential for a person to restrain their anger so that it does not drive them to actions or words that they will deeply regret in this world and the next. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 37.
And when they are angry, they forgive.
A person must always remember that human beings are not angels. They are inherently prone to error, just as they themselves make mistakes. And just as each individual hopes that Allah, the Exalted, and the people around them will overlook their faults, they should cultivate the ability to forgive the shortcomings of others. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 22.
And let them pardon and overlook. Would you not like that Allah should forgive you?
It is natural that a person may find it difficult to forgive when the harm they suffered is ongoing or has left permanent consequences, such as becoming disabled after a traffic accident. If they are able to strive toward forgiveness even in such circumstances, their reward will be proportionately greater. However, when the wrongdoing is not ongoing and the harm has ceased, a person should encourage themselves to let go of resentment and avoid holding grudges. The one who clings to such grudges should reflect on the possibility that Allah, the Exalted, may scrutinize their deeds on the Day of Judgment, in the same way they scrutinize the mistakes of others in this world. A hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 103, warns that the person whose deeds are examined in detail on that day will face punishment. This should motivate a person to adopt a forgiving nature and avoid harshness toward others. It is also essential to understand that forgiveness does not mean allowing oneself to be harmed repeatedly. True patience and forgiveness do not require a person to adopt a passive attitude or to tolerate ongoing abuse. Islam does not command a person to remain silent in the face of harm or to neglect their own safety. For example, if a woman is being physically abused by her husband, she must take steps to protect herself and her children. This may include seeking help from authorities, leaving the harmful environment, and ensuring her safety. Once she has secured protection and moved forward with her life, she may pursue justice through the legal system and seek ultimate justice from Allah the Exalted on the Day of Judgment. If, after safeguarding herself, she chooses to forgive her husband's past wrongdoing for the sake of Allah the Exalted, this act of forgiveness will be a means for her own forgiveness. Allah the Exalted then makes it clear that truly responding to Him requires more than verbal affirmation. Genuine faith must manifest in consistent, practical obedience. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 38.
And those who have responded to their Lord, they have established the prayer.
The establishment of the obligatory prayers is repeatedly emphasized in Islamic teachings, because prayer is the central pillar around which all other righteous actions revolve. It forms the foundation of a person's relationship with Allah, the Exalted, and serves as the primary means through which they remain firm upon the path of righteousness. Yet, authentic prayer is not a mechanical routine of movements. It is a profound act of humility, reflection, and spiritual awareness that connects the worshipper to the reality of the hereafter. This depth of humility is achieved when a person recognizes that each stage of the prayer symbolizes a moment from the Day of Judgment, reminding them of their ultimate accountability before Allah, the Exalted. The 5 daily prayers are therefore spread throughout the day, not gathered at one time, so that a person repeatedly pauses, reflects, and realigns their conduct with divine guidance. When a person stands upright in prayer, they should recall that this posture mirrors how all people will stand before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Resurrection. Chapter 83 Al-Mutaffifin, verses 4-6.
Do they not think that they will be resurrected? For a tremendous day, the day when mankind will stand before the Lord of the worlds.
When they bow, it should remind them of those who will be condemned on Judgment Day for refusing to bow to Allah, the Exalted, during their earthly lives. Chapter 77 Al-Mursalat, verse 48.
And when it is said to them, bow in prayer, they do not bow.
This rebuke applies not only to the physical act of bowing, but also to the refusal to submit practically to the commands of Allah, the Exalted, in all aspects of life. When a person prostrates, they should remember the scene described in the Holy Quran, where people will be invited to prostrate on the Day of Judgment but will be unable to do so because they failed to prostrate correctly, meaning sincerely and obediently, during their time on earth. Chapter 68 Al-Qalam, verses 42 to 43.
On the day when matters become dire, they will be invited to prostrate themselves but will be prevented from doing so. Their eyes humbled, humiliation will cover them. And they used to be invited to prostration while they were sound.
When a person sits on their knees during prayer, it should remind them of the moment when all nations will kneel before Allah, the Exalted, awaiting their final judgment. Chapter 45 Al-Jatiyah, verse 28.
And you will see every nation kneeling from fear. Every nation will be called to its record and told, "Today you will be recompensed for what you used to do."
A person who prays with these meanings in mind establishes their prayer in the correct manner. Such prayer strengthens their resolve to obey Allah, the Exalted, between the prayer times as well. Chapter 29 Al-Ankabut, verse 45.
Indeed, prayer prohibits immorality and wrongdoing.
This obedience includes using the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted in ways that please Him, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Another essential aspect of obeying Allah, the Exalted, one that strengthens unity, nurtures wisdom, and ensures mutual benefit, is the practice of consulting others in matters that affect more than oneself. Consultation prevents impulsive decisions, reduces personal bias, and allows a person to benefit from the insight and experience of others. It also creates a sense of shared responsibility and cooperation within families, communities, and society at large. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 38.
And whose affair is determined by consultation among themselves.
However, consultation must be approached with discernment and care. A person should not expose their difficulties to many people, as excessive sharing often leads to confusion, gossip, or unhelpful interference. Instead, they should seek advice from a small number of trustworthy individuals who meet specific criteria. Chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 43.
So ask the people of the message if you do not know.
This verse teaches that one should consult those who possess genuine knowledge and understanding. Seeking advice from someone ignorant of the matter at hand only deepens one's problems. Just as it would be unwise to ask a car mechanic for medical advice, it is equally unwise to seek guidance from someone who lacks understanding of the issue and the Islamic teachings connected to it. Consulting the wrong people often leads to misguided decisions, unnecessary complications, and emotional harm. In addition to knowledge, a person must ensure that those they consult possess a sincere fear of Allah, the Exalted. Knowledge alone is not enough. Without piety, knowledge can be misused or applied in harmful ways. A person who fears Allah, the Exalted, will never advise others to disobey Him, even if disobedience appears easier or more convenient. By contrast, someone who does not fear or obey Allah, the Exalted, may possess experience and intelligence, but they may easily encourage actions that contradict divine guidance, actions that ultimately worsen a person's situation. True knowledge is inseparable from reverence for Allah, the Exalted, and only those who combine understanding with piety can offer advice that leads to clarity, stability, and long-term success. Consulting such individuals ensures that one's decisions remain aligned with divine wisdom, and that the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted are used correctly. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 28.
Only those fear Allah from among His servants who have knowledge.
Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 38.
And whose affair is determined by consultation among themselves.
This verse, in alignment with numerous other textual evidences, establishes that belief in Allah, the Exalted, is not restricted to the realm of private worship or individual devotion. Rather, it encompasses an active involvement in communal affairs, reflecting a dedication to the public interest and an adherence to the principles of leadership and systematic order. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 62.
The believers are only those who believe in Allah and His Messenger, and when they are meeting with him for a matter of common interest, do not depart until they have asked his permission. Indeed, those who ask your permission, i.e. the Prophet, those are the ones who believe in Allah and His Messenger.
To withdraw from such responsibilities without a legitimate justification constitutes a neglect of a fundamental component of faith and serves to undermine communal cohesion. Consequently, Islam correlates the depth of one's faith with a readiness to participate in societal affairs, asserting that faith is not merely an internal conviction but a commitment to tangible action and accountability. It is therefore observed with regret that Muslims may occasionally congregate solely to address internal communal issues, while failing to engage with the broader public on matters of universal concern. Such an inclination toward isolationism contradicts the Islamic spirit, which mandates engagement, dialogue, and cooperation across diverse cultures and religions in the pursuit of justice and peace. Islam discourages a narrow, insular perspective that limits concern to a specific group. Instead, it commands Muslims to serve as a source of benefit for all humanity. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was sent as a mercy to all the worlds, and his followers are expected to mirror this mercy by striving for the advancement of all people, regardless of their background. By collaborating on shared challenges, such as poverty, injustice, education, healthcare, or environmental protection, Muslims manifest the universal mercy that Islam was established to promote. In doing so, they fulfill their obligations to Allah, the Exalted, and illustrate the enduring relevance of Islamic principles in navigating the complexities of the modern era. This active engagement prevents the perception of Muslims as detached or self-interested, positioning them instead as vital contributors to the common good. Furthermore, Islam ensures that faith is not reduced to ritual alone, but is actualized through service and the pursuit of justice for all. An individual who prioritizes prayer and fasting while neglecting the welfare of their society fulfills only a fraction of their duty. Conversely, the one who integrates devotion with social responsibility embodies the holistic vision of the faith. Thus, Islam calls upon every individual to seek a balance, purifying the inner self through worship while refining the outer world through compassion and cooperation. While the faith recognizes that excusing oneself from broader societal involvement is permissible when based on a valid and reasonable justification, it nevertheless encourages individuals to prioritize these responsibilities whenever possible. This is because collective issues are not merely administrative. They are essential for safeguarding the rights, security, and harmony of the entire community. To neglect these duties without necessity weakens the bonds of unity and diminishes the resilience of society. Simultaneously, Islam demonstrates its inherent balance by acknowledging that personal obligations or health concerns may genuinely hinder participation. In such instances, Allah, the Exalted, has granted permission for absence. Yet, even in these circumstances, the mercy of Allah, the Exalted, remains evident. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was commanded to seek forgiveness for those who requested leave. This indicates that while an absence may be legally excused, the contribution remains highly valued, and its omission still warrants divine pardon. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 62.
So when they ask your permission for something of their affairs, then give permission to whom you will among them, and ask forgiveness for them of Allah. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful.
This verse delineates two primary lessons of significant importance. Primarily, it underscores the gravity of communal responsibilities, asserting that such duties must not be abdicated without rigorous and proper justification. Furthermore, it illustrates the infinite mercy of Allah, the Exalted, who extends forgiveness to those genuinely unable to participate, provided their request is rooted in sincerity and humility. Consequently, while seeking an excuse is permissible under necessary circumstances, it is considered superior and more spiritually rewarding to remain actively engaged in societal affairs. Through such involvement, an individual not only discharges their duty to the collective, but also fortifies their personal faith. Indeed, active participation in communal matters serves as a testament to one's sincerity and devotion to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 38.
and those who have responded to their Lord and established prayer, and whose affair is determined by consultation among themselves.
When a person fulfills both the rights of Allah, the Exalted, and the rights of people, they naturally begin to use the blessings they have been granted in the correct manner, as outlined in Islamic teachings. Their wealth, time, abilities, and opportunities are no longer directed by personal whims, but guided by divine wisdom. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 38.
And from what we have provided them, they spend.
On an individual level, this correct use of blessings leads to profound inner stability. A person gains peace of mind in both worlds because they achieve a balanced mental and physical state. They learn to place everything and everyone in their proper position within their life, prioritizing what deserves priority, valuing what deserves value, and distancing themselves from what brings harm. This alignment between belief, behavior, and purpose creates a sense of clarity, contentment, and direction that cannot be obtained through worldly means alone. On a societal level, fulfilling the rights of people transforms communities. When individuals use their blessings responsibly, whether wealth, influence, knowledge, or authority, it leads to fairness, compassion, and cooperation. Justice becomes widespread, oppression decreases, and peace takes root. In this way, personal obedience to Allah, the Exalted, becomes a source of collective harmony, demonstrating how divine guidance uplifts both the individual and society as a whole. Islam, as a complete and balanced way of life, does not instruct people to accept oppression in silence or to remain passive when they are wronged. Such an approach would strip individuals of their God-given right to protect themselves, and would allow injustice to flourish unchecked. A society that discourages self-defense in the face of tyranny would inevitably become a breeding ground for further abuse, as oppressors would feel emboldened by the absence of resistance. For this reason, Allah, the Exalted, affirms the legitimacy of defending oneself when faced with wrongdoing. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 39.
And those who, when tyranny strikes them, they defend themselves.
This verse establishes that resisting oppression is not only permissible, but, in many cases, necessary to preserve dignity, safety, and justice at both the individual and societal levels. However, Islam does not permit unchecked retaliation or emotional revenge. The right to defend oneself is carefully regulated, so that justice does not turn into further wrongdoing. Any response to oppression must be proportionate, reasonable, and restrained, with the sole objective of stopping harm and restoring balance, not satisfying anger or escalating conflict. Islam seeks to close the door to cycles of violence that often begin with excessive retaliation. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 40.
And the retribution for an evil act is an evil one like it.
Despite granting the right to proportionate retaliation, Allah, the Exalted, directs people toward a higher moral standard, one rooted in mercy, forgiveness, and reconciliation. While justice maintains order, forgiveness heals hearts and repairs relationships that justice alone cannot mend. For this reason, Allah, the Exalted, offers an immense and incomparable reward to those who rise above personal grievance and choose reconciliation over retaliation. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 40.
But whoever pardons and makes reconciliation, his reward is due from Allah.
This reward is not quantified, highlighting that its value surpasses worldly measurements. Forgiveness, when sincerely offered, becomes a means of spiritual elevation and inner peace. A person must remember that human beings are inherently imperfect. Just as they themselves fall into mistakes, poor judgments, and moments of weakness, others will inevitably do the same. Since everyone hopes for mercy from Allah, the Exalted, and desires forgiveness from people when they err, fairness demands that they extend similar grace to others. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 22.
And let them pardon and overlook. Would you not like that Allah should forgive you?
There are, however, situations where forgiveness is exceptionally difficult, particularly when the harm suffered is lasting or ongoing. For example, a person who becomes permanently disabled due to someone else's negligence may struggle deeply with resentment and grief. In such cases, Islam recognizes the emotional weight involved and does not trivialize the pain. Yet, if a person strives toward forgiveness despite such hardship, the reward they attain is even greater, reflecting the sincerity and effort required. Conversely, when the wrongdoing is no longer ongoing, a person should actively work to forgive rather than allowing bitterness to linger and grow within the heart. Clinging to grudges and obsessively cataloguing the faults of others poses a serious spiritual danger. A person who is harsh in judging people, refusing to let go of their mistakes, should fear that Allah, the Exalted, will treat them in the same manner on the Day of Judgment. Divine justice mirrors human conduct. Whoever insists on strict accountability for others risks being subjected to the same severity themselves. This sobering reality is confirmed in a hadith recorded in Sahih Bukhari, number 103, which warns that those whose deeds are scrutinized will face punishment. In this way, Islam establishes a comprehensive and balanced framework for dealing with injustice. It safeguards the right to self-defense, prevents the spread of oppression, restrains excessive retaliation, and elevates forgiveness as the highest moral response. Through this balance, individuals protect their dignity, societies preserve justice, and hearts attain peace, leading to success in both this world and the hereafter. Allah, the Exalted, further warns against responding to harm with excessive or disproportionate retaliation. A person who allows their anger to push them beyond the limits set by Allah, the Exalted, may end up becoming more unjust than the one who wronged them in the first place. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 40.
Indeed, he does not like wrongdoers.
Allah, the Exalted, further clarifies that as long as one's self-defense is reasonable and proportionate, then they will not cross the limits of fairness. The blame is only those who initiate wrongdoing without any justification, or cross the limits in self-defense. Chapter 40 Ghafir, verses 41 to 42.
And whoever avenges himself after having been wronged, those have not upon them any cause for blame. The cause is only against the ones who wrong the people, and tyrannize upon the earth without right. Those will have a painful punishment.
A person must therefore avoid all forms of wrongdoing, whether this involves neglecting the rights of Allah, the Exalted, or violating the rights of people. With regard to people, anyone who harms another will face full justice on the Day of Judgment, even if they appeared to escape accountability in this world. On that day, the wrongdoer will be required to hand over their good deeds to their victims, and if their good deeds are exhausted, they will be burdened with the sins of those they oppressed until justice is completely fulfilled. This process may ultimately lead the wrongdoer to punishment in hell, despite any acts of worship they performed. This severe warning is found in a hadith in Sahih Muslim, number 6579. As previously discussed, the one who patiently endures harm, takes the necessary steps to protect themselves within the limits set by Islam, and then chooses to forgive those who wrong them, will be granted the mercy and forgiveness of Allah, the Exalted, in return. This combination of patience, self-protection, and forgiveness reflects strength of character and sincerity of faith. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 43.
And whoever is patient and forgives, indeed, that is of the matters requiring determination.
This verse highlights that forgiveness is not a sign of weakness, but a mark of true resolve. It requires emotional discipline, spiritual maturity, and trust in the justice of Allah, the Exalted. Such forgiveness is not passive. It comes after a person has safeguarded themselves from further harm and then consciously chooses mercy over retaliation. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 22.
And let them pardon and overlook. Would you not like that Allah should forgive you?
This verse reminds a person that their willingness to forgive others is directly connected to their hope for divine forgiveness. Just as they desire that Allah, the Exalted, overlooks their faults, they should strive to overlook the faults of others. Forgiveness becomes an act of worship, a means of purifying the heart, and a pathway to receiving the mercy of Allah, the Exalted, in both worlds. Allah, the Exalted, warns against every form of wrongdoing, whether it involves neglecting His rights or violating the rights of people. Such wrongdoing stems from misusing the blessings He has granted. He reminds people that He does not compel anyone toward guidance, for forcing guidance would nullify the very purpose of the test of life. A person must choose the right path willingly. If they insist on disobedience, Allah, the Exalted, will not force them toward righteousness. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 44.
And he whom Allah allows to go astray, for him there is no protector beyond him.
because right guidance is not imposed upon anyone. The one who persists in disobeying Allah, the Exalted, by misusing the blessings He has granted, will inevitably suffer the consequences. Their inner state becomes unbalanced, their mental and physical well-being deteriorates. They begin to misplace everything and everyone within their life, giving importance to what is harmful, neglecting what is beneficial, and confusing priorities. This imbalance leads to stress, turmoil, and ongoing difficulties, even if they outwardly enjoy certain worldly comforts. Furthermore, their careless attitude prevents them from preparing for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. As a result, their punishment in the hereafter will be far more severe, and they will not be granted additional opportunities for repentance or reformation. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 44.
And you will see the wrongdoers when they see the punishment, saying, "Is therefore return to the former world anyway?"
A person should understand that regrets fall into two distinct categories. The first are regrets tied to worldly matters, such as not marrying, not having children, or missing certain opportunities in life. The second category consists of the far more serious regrets a person will experience in their grave and on the Day of Judgment, such as failing to use their time, wealth, health, and blessings in ways that pleased Allah, the Exalted. Worldly regrets, regardless of their nature, are never permanent. They eventually fade when a person fulfills their desire, changes their perspective, or reaches the end of their life. These regrets are temporary by definition, for they cannot extend beyond death. Moreover, they are not truly significant, as they may cause sadness but do not lead to punishment or torment. And if a person enters paradise through the mercy of Allah, the Exalted, all worldly regrets will disappear entirely. The regrets of the hereafter, however, are profoundly different. They are long-lasting, because the time spent in the grave and on the Day of Judgment far exceeds the brief span of earthly life. These regrets will not end until a person enters paradise, something that may be delayed for an extremely long period, or may not occur at all. Chapter 22 Al-Hajj, verse 47.
And indeed, a day with your Lord is like 1,000 years of those which you count.
These regrets are also far more significant, for they may lead to severe punishment and torment. They arise from neglecting the very purpose of life, and failing to prepare for the eternal meeting with Allah, the Exalted. For this reason, a person should reflect deeply on this reality, and show kindness to themselves, by striving to eliminate the regrets they may face in the grave and on the Day of Judgment, before they concern themselves with removing the temporary regrets of this world. True wisdom lies in prioritizing what lasts over what fades, and what determines one's eternal outcome over what merely affects a fleeting moment of earthly life. Chapter 89 Al-Fajr, verses 23 to 24.
And brought within view that day is hell. That day man will remember, but how, i.e., what good to him will be the remembrance? He will say, "Oh, I wish I had sent ahead some good for my life."
Allah, the Exalted, further warns people not to adopt an arrogant attitude toward divine guidance, simply because it conflicts with their worldly desires and ambitions. Those who reject guidance out of pride will eventually face a forced humbling, one they cannot escape. This humiliation will be the direct consequence of their refusal to humble themselves before the perfect divine code of conduct that would have granted them peace of mind in both worlds. That code would have enabled them to achieve a balanced mental and physical state, and to place everything and everyone in their proper position within their life. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 45.
And you will see them being exposed to the fire, humbled from humiliation, looking from behind a covert glance.
Just as these individuals once mocked and criticized those who strove to obey Allah, the Exalted, accusing them of being backward, rigid, or foolish for restraining their worldly desires instead of indulging them, those who remain steadfast upon divine obedience will, in the hereafter, speak the truth about them. The very people who were ridiculed for their discipline, self-control, and correct use of the blessings Allah, the Exalted, had granted them, will declare the true reality of success and loss. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 45.
And those who had believed will say, "Indeed, the true losers are the ones who lost themselves and their families on the day of resurrection." Unquestionably, the wrongdoers are in an established and firm punishment.
This exchange reveals the ultimate reversal of worldly assumptions. Those who appeared free and liberated in the world, unrestrained by divine limits, will be exposed as the true losers, having destroyed their own souls. Meanwhile, those who lived with discipline, humility, and obedience will be recognized as the truly successful. In general, those who disbelieve or choose not to act upon their faith often do so because of their attachment to the material world and its attractions. They assume that genuine belief and obedience to Allah, the Exalted, will deprive them of worldly enjoyment. In their view, faith imposes restrictions that limit their desires, so they turn away from it, either openly or through neglect. Instead, they pursue the material world without boundaries, convinced that unrestricted indulgence is the path to true peace. They look down upon those who accept and live by their faith, who discipline their actions and use their blessings in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted. To them, such people appear like lowly slaves bound by rules, while they themselves imagine they are free. But this perception is entirely false. The real slaves are those who refuse to submit to Allah, the Exalted, because they inevitably become enslaved by their own desires, by society, by trends, and by the constant pursuit of worldly satisfaction. The truly superior and liberated individuals are those who submit to Allah, the Exalted, for through this submission they free themselves from servitude to the world and everything within it. This reality can be understood through a simple example. A responsible parent restricts the type of food their child eats. They allow unhealthy food only occasionally, and insist on a balanced, nutritious diet. The child may feel that these restrictions are unfair, and that they have become a slave to their parents' rules. Meanwhile, another child is allowed to eat whatever they want, whenever they want, and in whatever quantity they desire. This second child believes they are completely free of restrictions. When these two children meet, the child with no restrictions mocks the one whose diet is controlled. The restricted child may even feel sorry for themselves, thinking they are missing out on enjoyment. Outwardly, it appears that the unrestricted child is happier, while the other is burdened by limitations. But as the years pass, the truth becomes clear. The child who grew up without restrictions becomes physically unhealthy, developing obesity, diabetes, high blood pressure, and other illnesses. These physical problems lead to mental distress, low self-esteem, and social difficulties. They become dependent on medications, trapped by diseases, and burdened by emotional and social struggles. Their supposed freedom turns into a form of slavery that restricts their happiness and quality of life. In contrast, the child who is guided and restricted grows up healthy in both mind and body. Their physical well-being strengthens their confidence and ability to succeed. They are free from dependence on medications, free from preventable diseases, and free from the mental and social problems that arise from poor health. Their earlier restrictions were not a form of slavery, they were a path to long-term freedom, stability, and success. Thus, the child who had no restrictions became a slave to many things, while the child who lived with discipline grew up independent of all such forms of slavery. To conclude, the true slave is the one who becomes enslaved by everything other than Allah, the Exalted, whether social media, societal expectations, fashion, culture, or personal desires. This path leads to mental, physical, and social turmoil. The truly free person is the one who submits only to Allah, the Exalted, for through this submission they attain peace of mind, clarity of purpose, and balance in both body and soul. Allah, the Exalted, also dismantles every form of wishful thinking that leads a person to persist in disobedience while falsely imagining that they will still attain peace of mind and success in both worlds. Many convince themselves that something external, such as the intercession of another person, a last-minute excuse, or a final act of repentance, will save them, even while they continue to misuse the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted. Chapter 42, Shuraa, verse 46.
And there will not be for them any allies to aid them, other than Allah.
A person must therefore abandon all forms of empty wishful thinking, and instead cultivate true hope in the mercy and forgiveness of Allah, the Exalted. True hope is not passive, it is built upon sincere effort. It requires a person to strive in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, by using their blessings correctly according to Islamic teachings, and then placing their trust in His mercy in both worlds. This distinction between false wishful thinking and genuine hope is explained in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2459. However, Because true obedience to Allah, the Exalted, often conflicts with a person's worldly desires and ambitions, many choose the easier path of wishful thinking. They convince themselves that they can continue misusing their blessings without consequence. As Allah, the Exalted, does not force right guidance on people, this self-deception leads to an unbalanced mental and physical state. They begin to misplace everything and everyone within their life, giving priority to what harms them and neglecting what benefits them. Their failure to prepare for their accountability on the Day of Judgment results in ongoing stress, turmoil, and difficulty in both worlds, even if they outwardly enjoy certain worldly luxuries. Their temporary comforts cannot compensate for the inner instability caused by ignoring divine guidance. And in the hereafter, their misplaced confidence will collapse entirely, leaving them with nothing but regret. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 46.
And whoever Allah allows to go astray, for him there is no way.
Allah, the Exalted, therefore calls people to respond to His guidance by using the blessings He has granted them in the manner prescribed by Islamic teachings. This response is not merely verbal. It is demonstrated through disciplined action, conscious choices, and responsible use of one's time, wealth, abilities, and opportunities. When a person aligns their behavior with divine instruction, they naturally move toward peace of mind in both worlds. They develop a balanced mental and physical state, free from the turmoil caused by misusing blessings or pursuing desires without restraint. They also learn to place everything and everyone in their proper position within their life, giving priority to what truly matters and distancing themselves from what harms them. Allah, the Exalted, extends this invitation before the period of respite granted in this world comes to an end. This worldly life is a temporary opportunity to reform, correct one's course, and prepare for the eternal meeting with Him. Once this respite expires, a person will face the full consequences of their actions, with no further chance to return, amend, or excuse what has passed. Responding to Allah's call while time remains is therefore an act of wisdom, mercy toward oneself, and foresight for the hereafter. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 47.
Respond to your Lord, before a day comes from Allah of which there is no repelling. No refuge will you have that day, nor for you will there be any denial.
The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, often experienced deep sorrow when people rejected or neglected the guidance of Islam. His compassion for humanity was so profound that their refusal to accept the truth weighed heavily on his heart. Yet Allah, the Exalted, repeatedly reminded him that his mission was not to compel belief, nor to grieve excessively over the choices people made. His responsibility was to convey the message with absolute clarity, to embody its teachings through his perfect character, and to leave the final outcome to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 48.
But if they turn away, then we have not sent you over them as a guardian. Upon you is only the duty of notification.
And chapter 88 Al-Ghashiyah, verses 21 to 22.
So remind you are only a reminder. You are not over them a controller.
These verses offer timeless guidance for all who call others to righteousness. They teach that the role of a caller to truth is not to force belief, manipulate outcomes, or measure success by visible results. Instead, the duty is to convey the message with sincerity, clarity, gentleness, and compassion, while trusting Allah, the Exalted, to guide hearts according to His wisdom. This understanding liberates the caller from grief, frustration, or feelings of failure when their efforts appear unfruitful. It shifts the focus from outcomes to integrity, from numbers to sincerity, and from human approval to divine acceptance. Those who genuinely seek guidance will recognize the truth when they encounter it, while those who remain arrogant or heedless only harm themselves. The sincere seeker also understands that Allah, the Exalted, never burdens a soul beyond its capacity. Every trial encountered while calling to truth becomes an opportunity to grow in patience, discipline, and faith. Peace, both in this world and the hereafter, requires sacrifice, restraint, and mastery over one's lower desires. True contentment is not found in wealth, status, or fame, for many who possess these outward advantages remain inwardly restless and dissatisfied. Real tranquility lies in submission to Allah, the Exalted, and in aligning one's life with His guidance. For those who call others to truth, The priority must always remain clear: to embody the teachings of Islam, to convey the message with compassion, and to entrust the results entirely to Allah, the Exalted. Success is found in obedience and sincerity, not in compelling others or seeking worldly recognition. By adopting this perspective, the caller transforms anxiety into serene trust, impatience into perseverance, and hope into reliance upon the mercy and justice of Allah, the Exalted. In doing so, they become a living example of faith, demonstrating that guidance is ultimately a gift from Allah, the Exalted, and that human responsibility is simply to deliver the message faithfully while leaving accountability to Him. Allah, the Exalted, warns people not to allow periods of ease and comfort to push them toward disobedience. When life becomes smooth and blessings flow abundantly, a person may be tempted to misuse those blessings, imagining that their favorable circumstances will continue indefinitely. This false sense of security blinds them to the reality that ease is temporary, and that blessings are a trust, not a guarantee. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 48.
And indeed, when we let man taste mercy from us, he rejoices in it.
A person must also avoid assuming that worldly ease is a sign of divine approval or love. Material blessings are not indicators of spiritual rank, they are tests. Allah, the Exalted, grants wealth, health, status, and comfort to see whether a person will use them correctly, as outlined in Islamic teachings, or whether they will allow these gifts to distract them from obedience. Ease can elevate a person if it leads to gratitude, humility, and righteous action, or it can destroy them if it leads to pride, indulgence, and neglect. Allah, the Exalted, further condemns the attitude of those who assume that ease and comfort are something they are entitled to at all times, either because they claim faith, or because they arrogantly believe they inherently deserve a life free from hardship. Such individuals expect continuous blessings, while ignoring the responsibilities that accompany them. When they eventually face difficulty, instead of reflecting on their own behavior, they respond with anger and resentment toward Allah, the Exalted. They fail to recognize that the hardship they experience is often the direct consequence of their own actions, particularly their persistent misuse of the blessings Allah, the Exalted, had granted them. Through this misuse, they bring upon themselves an unbalanced mental and physical state, and they misplace everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 48.
But if evil afflicts him for what his hands have put forth, then indeed, man is ungrateful.
This verse exposes the inconsistency of the human being who rejoices in ease yet complains in hardship, forgetting that both states are part of the divine test. It reminds people that gratitude is not measured by how one behaves during comfort, but by how one responds when life becomes difficult. Those who blame Allah, the Exalted, for the consequences of their own choices only deepen their suffering, while those who reflect, repent, and reform find that even hardship becomes a means of purification and growth. Whether a person chooses the path of gratitude or the path of ingratitude, the outcome ultimately returns to them alone. Their choice neither elevates nor diminishes the infinite majesty of Allah, the Exalted. His perfection is absolute, independent of creation, and unaffected by human obedience or disobedience. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 49.
To Allah belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth.
Since the entire creation belongs to Allah, the Exalted, and remains under His complete control and jurisdiction, a person ultimately has no choice but to comply with His rules. Just as an individual will face consequences if they violate the laws of the government ruling a particular country, they will face consequences in both worlds if they violate the laws set by the owner of the universe. A person may leave a country if they dislike its rules, but they cannot escape to any place where the authority of Allah, the Exalted, does not apply. A person may influence or change the laws of their society, but they will never be able to alter the laws of Allah, the Exalted. Similarly, just as the owner of a house has the right to set the rules of that house, even if guests object, the universe belongs entirely to Allah, the Exalted. Therefore, He alone determines the rules that govern it, regardless of whether people approve of them or not. Compliance with these rules is not for his benefit, but for the benefit of the individual. The one who understands this reality will willingly submit to the commands of Allah, the Exalted, and strive to use the blessings they have been granted in ways pleasing to Him. As outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. A person has two choices. They can strive to understand the wisdom behind the commands and prohibitions of Allah, the Exalted, recognizing how these teachings benefit them, uplift society, and lead to peace of mind and body in both worlds, or they can follow their desires and reject divine guidance. But the one who refuses to comply with Islamic teachings must prepare to face the consequences of their choice in both worlds. No objections, protests, or complaints will save them from the outcomes of their own actions. Divine laws are not subject to negotiation, and accountability is unavoidable. An aspect of the full control and authority of Allah, the Exalted, over people, is how He creates them according to His will and grants offspring to people according to His wisdom, with not influence from anything or anyone else. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verses 49 to 50.
He creates what He wills. He gives to whom He wills female children, and He gives to whom He wills males. Or He makes them both males and females, and He renders whom He wills barren.
The one who accepts Allah, the Exalted, as their Lord, and thereby accepts their servanthood to Him, must also accept His decisions with humility and trust. True servanthood is not merely a verbal declaration. It requires acknowledging that Allah, the Exalted, knows what is best for His creation, even when His wisdom is not immediately apparent to them. His knowledge is perfect, His judgment flawless, and His decisions rooted in absolute wisdom and mercy. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 50.
Indeed, He is knowing and competent.
And chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
The one who fails to accept this truth, and refuses to behave as a servant of Allah, the Exalted, will inevitably become frustrated and resentful whenever their worldly desires are not fulfilled. Their anger stems from the false belief that they know what is best for themselves, even when their desires contradict divine wisdom. This attitude encourages them to misuse the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted, using wealth, health, relationships, and opportunities in ways that harm rather than benefit them. In this world, such a mindset prevents them from achieving a balanced mental and physical state. They begin to misplace everything and everyone within their life, giving priority to what is harmful, neglecting what is beneficial, and misunderstanding the true purpose of their blessings. As a result, every aspect of their life, family, friends, career, wealth, becomes a source of stress rather than comfort. Their relationships deteriorate, not because others have wronged them, but because their own inner imbalance distorts their perception and behavior. If they persist in disobeying Allah, the Exalted, they will eventually blame the wrong things and the wrong people for their distress. They may even blame their spouse, children, or close companions, those who genuinely care for them. When they cut these good people out of their lives, their isolation deepens and their mental state worsens. This downward spiral can lead to severe emotional instability, including depression, substance addiction, and even suicidal tendencies. This outcome is tragically evident when one observes those who persist in misusing the blessings they have been granted, such as many among the rich and famous. Despite their wealth, fame, and worldly luxuries, they often suffer from profound inner turmoil, proving that material abundance cannot compensate for spiritual emptiness or moral imbalance. And because their attitude prevented them from preparing for their accountability on the Day of Judgment, their punishment in the hereafter will be far worse. The temporary discomforts of this world pale in comparison to the consequences of a life spent rejecting divine wisdom and misusing divine blessings. As mentioned earlier, the leaders of the non-Muslims of Mecca employed various strategies to prevent people from accepting Islam. Their resistance was not rooted in intellectual objections but in fear of losing their leadership, their social influence, and the privileges that came with their status. One of their tactics was to question why divine revelation had not been granted to one of their senior, wealthy, or socially prominent figures. They believed that prophethood should be tied to worldly rank rather than spiritual purity. Chapter 43 Az-Zukhruf, verse 31.
And they said, "Why was this Quran not sent down upon a great man from one of the two cities?"
Allah, the Exalted, responded by clarifying that divine revelation is not a trivial matter subject to human preferences or worldly criteria. Prophethood is a deliberate and divinely guided selection, ensuring that the most suitable and pure-hearted individual receives revelation in order to guide their nation. This process is based on divine wisdom, not on the desires of people or the superficial standards by which society measures greatness, such as wealth or social status. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 51.
And it is not for any human being that Allah should speak to him except by revelation, or from behind a partition, or that he sends a messenger to reveal by his permission what he wills. Indeed, he is most high and wise.
As a result, Allah the Exalted chose the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, to receive his final and complete revelation, not because of worldly rank, wealth, or social standing, but because of the unparalleled sincerity, purity, and devotion he possessed toward Allah the Exalted and toward all of creation. His character, compassion, integrity, and truthfulness were unmatched, to the extent that even the non-Muslims of Mecca, despite their hostility, could not deny his honesty and moral excellence. It was this inner perfection, not worldly status, that made him the most suitable recipient of divine revelation. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 52.
And thus we have revealed to you an inspiration of our command.
This verse highlights that revelation is a deliberate and divinely guided selection, bestowed upon the one whose heart is most prepared to carry the weight of guidance for all humanity. The sincerity of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was the foundation upon which the final message was entrusted, ensuring that the revelation would be conveyed with absolute truth, compassion, and justice. Allah, the Exalted, further affirms the truthfulness of Islam by reminding people that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, had no prior interaction with earlier divine scriptures. He was not known to read or write, nor did he study the teachings of previous prophets. This fact was well known to both the people of the book and the non-Muslims of Mecca. They were fully aware that he had never been exposed to the modified or original teachings found in earlier holy texts. Therefore, the detailed knowledge contained within the Holy Quran, knowledge that corresponds with earlier revelations while correcting their distortions, could not have come from human learning or imitation. This reality stands as a powerful testimony to the divine origin of the Holy Quran. Chapter 29 Al-Ankabut, verse 48.
And you did not recite before it any scripture, nor did you inscribe one with your right hand. Then, i.e., otherwise the falsifiers would have had cause for doubt.
And chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 52.
You did not know what is the book or what is faith.
This verse highlights that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, did not possess prior knowledge of revelation or the detailed laws of faith before the Holy Quran was sent to him. Everything he conveyed came directly from Allah, the Exalted, through divine inspiration. His sudden, complete, and flawless understanding of theology, law, morality, and spiritual guidance, despite having no formal education, further proves that the Holy Quran is not a human product but a revelation from Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verses 52 to 53.
But we have made it a light by which we guide whom we will of our servants. And indeed you guide to a straight path, the path of Allah.
No matter how far human civilization progresses, and regardless of the knowledge it amasses in science, psychology, sociology, or any other field, humanity will never be capable of producing a code of conduct that perfectly corresponds to human nature, or that addresses every circumstance individuals and societies will face throughout their existence. Such a task is beyond human capacity. Even with all modern advancements, people are still discovering basic truths about themselves, such as the functions at different regions of the brain, let alone possessing the comprehensive insight needed to craft a flawless moral and social framework that guarantees justice, stability, and inner peace. Only Allah, the Exalted, can provide such a code. As the creator of every human being and every aspect of existence, his knowledge is limitless. He knows the past in its entirety, the present in its fullness, and the future in its detail. He alone understands the true nature of the human heart, the complexities of human behavior, and the consequences of every action. Therefore, He alone is qualified to give humanity a complete and perfect standard that distinguishes benefit from harm, virtue from corruption, and the path to tranquility from the path to turmoil. History offers undeniable proof of this. Whenever the divine code of conduct was sincerely implemented, whether in households, communities, or entire societies, it produced harmony, justice, dignity, and peace. Individuals found purpose and balance, families were strengthened, and societies flourished. These outcomes were not the result of human invention, but a divine guidance being lived and applied. For this reason, a person must embrace the divine code of conduct with confidence, recognizing that it is designed for their own well-being, even when certain teachings challenge their personal inclinations. They should approach divine guidance as a sensible patient approaches the advice of a skilled physician, with trust and understanding. A patient accepts bitter medicine and a strict diet, not because they enjoy them, but because they know these prescriptions lead to healing and long-term health. Likewise, a wise person accepts divine commands and prohibitions because they lead to spiritual, mental, and social well-being, even when they require discipline and self-restraint. Whether a person behaves like the wise patient, using the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted them in accordance with Islamic teachings, or chooses to misuse those blessings, every individual will ultimately be held accountable for their actions. No one can escape the authority, dominion, or judgment of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 42 Ash-Shuraa, verse 53.
Allah, to whom belongs whatever is in the heavens and whatever is on the earth. Unquestionably, to Allah do all matters evolve.
In general, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, emphasized this absolute sovereignty of Allah, the Exalted, in a hadith recorded in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2516. The narration teaches that nothing in creation can benefit a person unless Allah, the Exalted, wills it, and nothing can harm them unless He permits it. This establishes a foundational truth: only what Allah, the Exalted, decrees comes to pass. Understanding this does not mean one should abandon practical means, such as seeking medical treatment. Rather, it means that one may use these means, as they are part of the system Allah, the Exalted, has placed in the world, while recognizing that the final outcome rests solely with Him. Many people take medicine and recover, while others take the same medicine and do not improve. This difference demonstrates that another factor determines the result: the will of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 9 at Tawbah, verse 51.
Say, never will we be struck except by what Allah has decreed for us.
The one who internalizes this truth realizes that events beyond their control were never avoidable, and opportunities that slipped away were never destined for them. Whatever unfolds, whether it aligns with their desires or contradicts them, should be met with patience and trust, knowing that Allah, the Exalted, has chosen what is ultimately best, even if the wisdom behind it is hidden. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
When this understanding settles deeply in a person's heart, they stop depending on creation, recognizing that no human being, object, or circumstance possesses the inherent power to harm or benefit them. Instead, they turn to Allah, the Exalted, seeking His help, protection, and support through sincere obedience, fulfilling His commands, avoiding His prohibitions, and meeting destiny with patience, as taught by the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This realization nurtures true trust in Allah, the Exalted, and instills a healthy fear of Him alone. A person who understands that creation cannot harm them without Allah's permission becomes liberated from fearing people, circumstances, or outcomes. Recognizing that everything in one's life and in the universe originates from Allah, the Exalted, is part of truly grasping His oneness. This understanding goes far beyond merely uttering that none is worthy of worship except Allah, the Exalted. It requires that this belief penetrate the heart until it shapes every thought, decision, and action. When this conviction becomes firmly rooted, a person relies solely on Allah, the Exalted, knowing that He alone can grant benefit or prevent harm. They submit to Him in every aspect of their life. In reality, people obey others only to gain some advantage or to protect themselves from harm. Since only Allah, the Exalted, can truly provide benefit or protection, He alone deserves absolute obedience and worship. If someone chooses to obey another over Allah, the Exalted, it indicates that they believe this other being can offer them something that Allah cannot, revealing a weakness in their faith. Since all events originate from Allah, the Exalted, a person must direct their obedience exclusively to Him. Chapter 10 Yunus, verse 107.
And if Allah should touch you with adversity, there is no remover of it except Him, and if He intends for you good, then there is no repeller of His bounty.
Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 53.
Allah, to whom belongs whatever is in the heavens and whatever is on the earth. Unquestionably, to Allah do all matters evolve.
In reality, since all of existence belongs to Allah, the Exalted, and remains entirely under His authority, power, and ownership, a person cannot escape the reality of living under His command. Whether one accepts this truth willingly or resists it internally, the laws of Allah, the Exalted, continue to govern every aspect of life. This reality is similar to worldly systems of authority. When a person lives in a country, they are required to abide by its laws. Ignoring those laws inevitably leads to consequences, regardless of personal opinions about their fairness or necessity. In the same way, but far more decisively, ignoring the commands of Allah, the Exalted, leads to consequences that affect both this world and the next. A person may choose to leave a country whose laws they dislike, seeking another place where different rules apply. However, there is no place of escape from the dominion of Allah, the Exalted. His authority encompasses every land, every time, and every situation. While human societies can alter their rules through debate, power, or changing circumstances, the laws of Allah, the Exalted, remain constant and unchangeable. No amount of objection, denial, or resistance can alter divine reality, just as no denial of gravity can prevent its effects. This truth becomes even clearer when considering ownership. When someone owns a house, they alone determine its rules. Guests may dislike certain conditions, but their approval is irrelevant to ownership. The authority to decide belongs solely to the owner. Likewise, the universe, far more vast and complex than any house, belongs entirely to Allah, the Exalted. As its creator, sustainer, and owner, He alone has the right to legislate how it functions and how those within it should live. Acceptance or rejection of these rules does not alter their validity. It only determines whether a person benefits from them or suffers by opposing them. For this reason, compliance with the commands of Allah, the Exalted, is not for his benefit but for the benefit of the individual and society. The one who truly understands this reality submits willingly, not out of blind obedience, but out of recognition of divine wisdom. Such a person strives to obey Allah, the Exalted, by correctly using the blessings they have been granted, such as time, health, wealth, and intellect, in ways that please Him, as taught in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. A person is ultimately faced with a clear choice. They may choose to learn, reflect, and understand the wisdom behind the commands and prohibitions of Allah, the Exalted, recognizing how these laws protect individuals, preserve society, and lead to balance, peace of mind, and stability in both worlds. Alternatively, they may choose to follow their desires, dismiss divine guidance, and reject the teachings of Islam in favor of personal preference or societal trends. However, regardless of which path is chosen, the outcome is unavoidable. The one who refuses to comply with divine guidance must be prepared to face the consequences of that decision. No argument, protest, justification, or complaint will alter the results of opposing the laws set by the owner of the universe. True success, therefore, lies in recognizing reality as it is, not as one wishes it to be, and aligning one's life with the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, before accountability arrives in both worlds. Chapter 42 Shuraa, verse 53.
Unquestionably, to Allah do all matters evolve.
A person must therefore accept and act upon Islamic teachings for their own benefit, even when these teachings challenge their personal desires. They should conduct themselves like a wise patient who follows the medical advice of a skilled doctor, trusting that the treatment, though it may involve bitter medicine and a strict diet, is ultimately for their well-being. Just as this patient eventually attains physical and mental health through disciplined adherence, a person who embraces and practices Islamic teachings attains balance, clarity, and inner stability. This is because only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the complete knowledge required to guide a person toward a sound mental and physical state, and to help them place everything and everyone in their life in the correct position. Human knowledge, no matter how advanced, will always remain limited. Despite extensive research into the human mind and body, society cannot resolve every problem a person may face, nor can it shield them from all forms of mental and physical stress. Human advice is constrained by limited experience, incomplete understanding, and personal biases. It cannot provide a flawless framework for life. Allah, the Exalted, alone has perfect knowledge, and He has conveyed it to humanity through the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. The truth of this becomes evident when one compares the lives of those who use their blessings according to Islamic teachings with those who do not. Interestingly, patients often follow medical prescriptions without understanding the science behind them, placing blind trust in their doctors. Allah, the Exalted, however, does not ask people to follow Islam blindly. Instead, He invites them to reflect, to observe, and to recognize the truth of His guidance through clear proofs and evident benefits. But this requires approaching Islamic teachings with an open and unbiased mind. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
Furthermore, Allah, the Exalted, alone controls the spiritual heart, the true seat of peace of mind. He alone grants tranquility or withholds it. Chapter 53 and Name, verse 43.
And that it is He who makes one laugh and weep.
This means that genuine peace of mind is not obtained through wealth, status, or worldly indulgence, but through divine permission. And Allah, the Exalted, grants this peace only to those who use the blessings He has given them in the correct manner, as outlined in Islamic teachings. Chapter 16 and Nahl, verse 97.
Whoever does righteousness, whether male or female, while he is a believer, we will surely cause him to live a good life, and we will surely give them their reward in the hereafter according to the best of what they used to do.
All praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds, and may peace and blessings be upon His final messenger, Muhammad, his noble family and companions.